Introducing our first team, Pectin, the Plasmoid Monk, and their partner for today's challenge, Hagathus, the Changeling Warlock. Tell us and the audience about yourselves.
There's no audio. Also, the music's too loud.
Well, I just turned on the audio so that they can speak.
Yes, I can. We can talk now. So we're allowed to speak. I'm Pectin. So Pectin is the plasmoid wonder. It's a special technique that I learned from my people that I would like to bring to the Dragon Chef Kitchen. Basically, it is a very secret thing that only plasmoids can do. It's where we take the ingredients and we stuff it in our bodies and we do the little shimmy shake. And it mixes together inside ourselves, and we make sometimes the most wonderful, amazing foods inside of us. So you can truly say the food that we make is made with love. And probably our guts, but mostly love.
Brilliant. And just beside you, this old lady sort of wanders out of the shadows and seems to have like a sort of a shake or a shimmer to her as she struts forward, and the ground beside her trembles and moves away. And Hagathus reaches forward and says, "Oh, well, this is a pleasure to be a part of so much grandeur, something I'm not used to. The woods are my home, many come, very few decide to stay. But the world is my kitchen, and I find what I need when I need it.
And I will help you today. We'll get whatever we want. We're gonna take the competition down."
Yes, of course, there's a competition element to this, isn't there?
Yes.
This isn't just a wonderful experience to put people through.
Yes.
You're
What's
an
the prize?
interesting one.
Oh, you're old. You look funny.
I look old, do I? Perhaps.
Yes, indeed.
Well, you are just going to be a charming little thing, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Pectin. What's your name again?
Pectin. Hagathus Mayburn.
Hagathus. Ooh, okay. All right. Well, let's do this then.
Onwards we go.
Oh.
And now, our second competitor pair. Welcome, Jamie and Olivia.
I think of a voice for them. Actually, it's just Jamie Olivia. We're one person. I think there's been a clerical error here.
I'll be sure to fire the cleric.
Yeah, we're one person. We are a dragonborn. We are a dragonborn, a famous dragonborn chef called Jamie Olivia, and we go around the world, sort of promoting the healthy eating of the young dragonborn hatchlings and wormlings to make sure that they're eating enough meat to get big and strong. We particularly focus on school dinners for the dragonborn young and making sure that they're nice and healthy and nutritious. I speak about myself in the plural sometimes, as the we. I talk about me and my
the
community.
Universal we,
universal.
if you will.
But
we did decide that, since Rob and I are such similar people, that coming into this competition, we decided to play someone who was just one person.
Just one person.
Yeah.
Well, Jamie Olivia, we look forward to seeing what tantalizing treats await us from the belly of our one dragonborn chef who decides to go up against multiple outnumbered positions. And our last team, but certainly not our least. Welcome, Cliff and Terra.
Hells yeah. Okay, so descending into the studio, you see a four-armed purple half-orc who is like floating down with these winged boots, and as he lands, he goes, "Bam, bam, bam! Hello, everyone!" I am a celebrity chef. I shouldn't probably call myself that, but I am a celebrity. I have a bunch of TV shows where you can learn to cook. I have a chain of restaurants, and I have a new book coming this summer. And I would like to also introduce my sibling. I gesture up with a flourish to wherever Terra is.
Terra also descends from the sky and lands in a 3-point pose, flicking her gorgeous hair back. And I'm Terra. I am the greatest chef in the land. I have my own restaurant if you'd like to come. And I start handing out pamphlets.
Hold on, sis. Greatest restaurant? Greatest chef? I thought we decided I was the greatest chef.
Of course you are, darling.
You know what? Together, we are the greatest chef. We're gonna win this today for you at home.
Well, bold words, of course, from our final team. But will they have enough to cut the mustard against such a fearsome group of talented culinary experts? Let's find out. So welcome, one and all. It is good to see that all of you have acclimated to your partners in crime. Some of you are familiar and others are experiencing the joys of the kitchen for the first time with your team. Team 1, are you confident in your victory? Do you believe yourselves to be worthy of the role of Dragon Chef?
Oh, I'm a plasmoid, so I'm a plasmoid chef, actually.
It's quite clear that he's a plasmoid, not a dragon. Let's not
Yeah,
make
see,
this complicated.
I am the only one here that is a dragonborn, so I think I've already won.
I think there's 2 people in a trench coat.
Nope,
actually.
I am one dragonborn. That is, it's a
Are you
vile
sure?
rumor.
I see another set of eyes
it's a
like,
vile
right
rumor.
under. Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay.
Your stomach seems to be moving, young one.
It's the hunger at the situation, the hunger to get on with the game. I have
Of
a desire
course.
for food that's so strong that my stomach rumbles.
My mistake. Yes, we will win.
Oh yeah, we'll see about that.
Team 3.
Who are you?
Yes. You are no match for us.
Oh.
We're known as the Saucy Siblings.
Who?
That's got interesting connotations to it. I'm not against it necessarily. I'm just.
Hey, don't be weird.
I'm not shaming anyone for what you want to get up to, but it's interesting to be so open about it, I think.
It's Saucey. It's our last name. Jeez.
Oh, Saucey. Oh, you're the Saucey siblings.
Yeah.
Good to see
Yes.
You probably been to one of our restaurants.
you. Oh, yes, I've certainly been to one of your restaurants.
Do you
Maybe
serve water
you've
at
seen
the
one of
restaurant?
our TV shows.
Oh, what? Which one?
Well, the Saucy Hour.
Oh, no,
The less
Ready,
said
set,
about that, the
saucy?
better.
no. We don't have TV where I'm from. I just recently got a new sink.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna sign something, and I'm just gonna throw it to Rob's character. So,
I'm gonna
there you
sign
go.
something and throw it to
and
me.
give it to one of your kids.
Very well. Jamie, you may
what is
add
it- what is it
autographed
you're,
photo of Cliff to your character sheet.
Yeah.
No, I don't, because as you throw it, you throw it, and one of the hands just kind of goes up like this, and it kind of hits me in the shoulder and falls to the floor. And I say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were throwing something. I wasn't quite ready for that. I'm just going to bend over now and pick it up. I'm just going to. It's just in front of my left knee, and I'm going to bend over and pick it up.
Yeah,
And then I slowly bend over." And you see me slowly bend over, and my hand goes down like this, and then the hand stretches out, and then it opens like this, and then it grabs the thing in front of me, and I pick it up. There we go.
Yeah. As you
Oh,
pick
thank
it up,
you. Yes.
it's got like 3 of the fingers shooting finger guns. He's winking, and it's got a signature on there, and it has those little quotations. Bam.
I put it inside of my trench coat.
That there is worth at least 100 gold pieces on the eBays. I think the kids.
Oh, is that all they're going for? Interesting that Jamie Olivia's signature pieces are going for at least twice that at the moment, but you'll get there, I think.
I get out my equivalent of my phone and I go to search to check.
Well, the things are certainly heating up here in the Dragon Kitchen, but of course, ladies, gentlemen, plasmoids. What is, of course, an episode of Dragon Kitchen without a secret ingredient, something special for you and your competitors to prepare for our lovely fine folk at home. So without further ado, let us reveal our secret ingredient.
The Blue Dragon. With its coming, so too is the fury of the storm. The gourmet explorers have found that the cheeks of a blue dragon are a prize cut that when slow cooked can be carved with nary but a spoon. And while the tang of blue dragon meat has been referred to as the zest of the tempest, our chefs would do well to tread lightly with this ingredient, lest they meet a truly shocking end.
And do you know what is more special than one secret ingredient? 2 secret ingredients.
Oh boy, oh boy.
The green dragon, the most cunning and treacherous of true dragons. There's a small potential for it to be gamey, but if treated well, the dragon's meat is actually sweetened thanks to its omnivorous diet, paired with its favorite prey, the fire boar, who are responsible for the sweet flavor due to the mountain chestnuts they eat. Careful, gourmand explorers. Green dragon meat is highly toxic and poisonous if not prepared properly.
But we will not stop there because this is our birthday. This is the first Dragon Kitchen, and that means a 3rd secret ingredient.
You see Patrick go, wow!
The red dragon.
Small shuffle away.
Soaring on crimson wings, the fiercest and most terrible of the great dragons. The gourmet explorers have found that the meat of a red dragon's tail has a strong and hearty flavor. The incredible flame of a red dragon is said to bring a unique magic flavor to meals kissed by a dragon's flame. Take care. One misstep with this ingredient, and our chefs may learn the true meaning of too hot.
All right, and there you have it. 3 terrifying thunder lizards, tyrants of fire, poison, and lightning for our competitors to cook and serve. Now fret not, because this is not a world where we have such a barbaric custom as to eat intelligent creatures. These dragons are feral, their minds warped over time by the blood of the Tarask. They are no more than cattle and livestock as any would be, but their ferocity and their danger is still paramount to that of their more intellectual counterparts. Are we excited, teams?
A little interested. I must say, I'm a little apprehensive about the potential cannibalistic implications of.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're a dragonborn.
Yeah, not a feral one, and not technically related to the dragons, but there's implications there. I think we can overcome it.
How are you gonna do this by yourself? Normally we have partners.
That's you have partners for a reason, darling. There's a reason that they invited Jamie Olivia, and then teamed you up with help.
Oh, so you're that good?
I'm that good.
Oh.
Well, let's see, of course, if Jamie Olivia is that good and find out who they will be facing off. Jamie Olivia, you will be squaring up against the great and mighty Blue Dragon, the Tempest.
I am glad, because I focused mostly on fire magic, and as soon as that red came up, I was like, oh god, what have I done?
All right.
The blue we can handle, good.
Our green dragon goes to none other than Team 1, Pectin and Hagathus. A very, very sordid challenge indeed, as much of the dragon is quite poisonous. Do you have any plans for dealing with such a troublesome ingredient?
I am the poison. And you see Pectin just kind of go, just kind of sink into a puddle because he has no armor on it or anything. So you just go.
No, don't mop that up.
The poison.
Nope, that's one of the competitors.
To be frank, poison is merely up to the individual, isn't it?
Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Which, of course, leaves the mighty Red for none other than our team of Cliff and Terra, the brother-sister duo. How do you think you'll fare against the raging inferno that is a red dragon?
I think it's the best one that we could possibly have gotten. So we're gonna do great. Do you have any plans, sis?
I think that we're not only saucy, but we're going to be spicy today as well.
Oh, look at that! Print it. That's a screen grab right there. I forget what they call them. The plugs. You know how they replace it? That's with saucy and spicy. Yeah.
In the Dragon Kitchen trailer, that's
That's the clip. That's the clip.
Yeah.
Clip it. Boom.
Yeah, it's the clip.
It's the one that that's the one that they use like as you're going into a break to be like coming up after the break.
Yeah,
And they
exactly.
play it again when you come back from the break.
Sting.
Little
Yeah.
sting.
Yeah.
And they play it like 4 times.
That's it. Yeah.
we're
it,
also making merch out of that quote.
Dragon Kitchen
100%.
merch. Start now. 'Cause, I don't know what it is. All right, competitors. You each have your own kitchens that you can now go and discuss your meals in. I'm going to invite you to go and plan your starter, your main, and your dessert for this incredible competition. While, of course, we take a moment to introduce our audience to the judges of our contest, who are in no less a way a huge part of this adventure, as they will be the arbiters of the winner and loser for today's contest. So, till we meet soon, competitors. Our first judge, traveling from the bellowing wilds, our dear judge, Gothi.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm excited to see what exactly our contestants will have for us, especially that green dragon. Being a bit of a poison expert myself, I'm curious if its meat is also going to be toxic. I'm actually not opposed to some toxic meat myself, as being someone who's built up a little bit of a, well, let's be frank, a hefty poison resistance. But I wonder if my other judge will fare so kindly against that. I can see that we have a wide and colorful array of contestants, and a jiggly one. So I'm interested to see how their individual strengths will play into these meals.
Our next judge, hailing from a land far, far away, some may call it Oz, is Chef Swidundi.
Bork, bork, bork. Today we've been cooking at the pad of the pumpkin. First you take the pumpkin, and then you're taking the pad. And then the pad goes and happen like this.
Chef
and then
Swidundi,
taking the boot.
Mr. Chef, this is not your cooking show. This is Dragon
Kitchen.
Kitchen.
Did I make it in the show?
No, it's Dragon Kitchen. It's not your web series.
Oh, then what do I do here?
Oh, it's you've got to judge to see who the next dragon chef will be.
Oh, the cook and the chef and the dragon. Oh, they're busy. I don't hate meat and the good ones, and they're picking the 3 and the 3s and 3 and the 2 of the team.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the yep. Yes. Do you have any thoughts on the secret ingredients and the special?
Oh, did they bring in a dragon with the poof? How did it move?
I concur.
Indeed. And with that, we will now introduce our third and final judge, hailing from a tavern lost between the multiverses themselves, a favorite within the realms known as the Lucky Griffin. Please make them feel warm, but not too warm. That is, of course, our judge, Sage.
Hello, everybody! My name is Sage Burner. I am axolotling paladin wizard, so I'm also part salamander. So I'm really curious about these different ingredients: a green, a blue, and a red dragon, all of which have different textures. I know that the blue dragon is hearty and tender, but lots of dark meat under the legs. I hope that the challengers are able to utilize that. And then the spicy red dragon and smoky lungs with the tender meat in the tail. It will be super good to see how they prepare that. Oh, but mind the poisonous dragon. I know my other judges don't mind a little bit of poison, but it can be really difficult to be able to take out the toxic liver. But even then, green dragons are different than pufferfish. This is going to be an amazing challenge. Good luck, everyone.
You saying it a poison?
All right, judges. Welcome one and all. It is good to see each and every one of you, and thank you so much for your insight into the special ingredients. I know, of course, our competitors are working hard behind the scenes, preparing for a glorious battle. Now, round one is, of course, the round in which our chefs will be asked to fight against these ingredients while they are live in order to prepare their meals. Do you have any advice for our teams? Chef Gothi, any advice for our competitors?
Well, I think Sage said it best. You have to really avoid that liver on the green dragon, otherwise the meat is going to be entirely poisoned. And I think they're going to have to be very careful with spice level on that red dragon and make sure that the smokiness isn't too overpowering. I'm also hoping that the contestants don't forget about their side dishes and their complementary, vegetables in order to balance some of the meat. I think that that's important to have a lot of variety, especially in the jungle. We always have to focus on making sure that we get all of our nutrients and vitamins.
Absolutely. Chef Squidundi.
Oh, they're taking the dragon, and you go cut in the middle, right down the middle, and then you gotta go around with the sturdy booty, and then you freak it out the bone, and then rip it through it, and you make the perfect dragon.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I probably couldn't have said it myself. And, Sage?
Well, let's see. I think that for the blue dragon, it is extremely crucial that they try to utilize the neck, like a braised neck type of soup would be a delicious complement to the type of dragon. But of course, Gothi said it best with making sure that the smoke isn't overpowering with the red dragon, and that poison with the green dragon will definitely be a challenge. But I'm excited to see how they're able to dilute it or even get rid or make the poison neutralized. That would be truly immaculate.
Amazing. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I think our competitors are just about ready, so we're going to send our kitchen goblin to go and grab them and gather them as we prepare to take us now to the spectacular arena where our chefs will now face off with their deadly ingredients. All right. Okay. All right. Oh no. There we go. And competitors. No one saw anything. All right, competitors, are you ready?
Oh boy, am I ever. Oh, this is going to be so good.
I am as ready as I need to be.
All right.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
In which case, welcome to the Dragon Kitchen. A sprawling arena opens up before you. Standing at its center are 3 impressive and ominous-looking dragons. 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 green. But this is no ordinary kitchen battle, for the arena itself is packed with a variety of different tools to help our chefs in the preparation of these ingredients. In the top left-hand corner, we have the garden, a vegetable patch filled with fruits, vegetables, nuts, berries, and other things one might find in the forest. These are a good, sweet accompaniment that can help marinate or baste any creature, living or prepared. In the top right, we have the fungus grove, where, of course, we have a variety of different mineral waters, springs that well up from beneath, as well as more earthy toned flavors. Root, potatoes, vegetables, and fungus can be found here in plenty. On the bottom left, we have the farmlands, with an assortment of breads, cheeses, milk, and eggs, and other assorted things one might find in a farm. These can also be used at your leisure, as you would see fit. Chef Swidundi, what are you doing? Get out of there, you.
I'm just watching it, and I'm wondering how the ingredients are. Okay, but.
Yeah, no, you have to sit in the judges panel. You have to wait your turn. All right. And, of course, lastly, in the bottom right-hand corner, we have, of course, the meat station. An assortment of previously cut meats of a variety of different creatures has been prepared for our chefs to be able to use, whether as bait or as stuffing. It is up to them. In addition, there is also a brazier filled with fresh charcoals with an assortment of wood smoke that can be used to great effect if they so choose. All right. Without any further ado, let us begin. Oh. All right. To start us off, Team 1, Pectin. You're on the board with Cliff. You are on deck.
Oh boy. Okay. So, what you're gonna see is I would like Pectin to go ahead and go to the top. Looks like that's the herbs, the fungus over there to the top right. I'm gonna go ahead and move it to go ahead and go all the way over there and grab and pick up some herbs and fungus and anything that kind of looks like it would be almost a bit sour tasting and spicy.
All right, very well. As you rush over, you can see that as far as sour tasting and kind of zesty goes, I need you to make me a survival check as you approach the fungal grove.
Survival check. Ooh. Okay. 14.
14. With a 14, you find yourself a rather delicious-looking mushroom. This is known as the Sauensberg. It is a very rare mushroom that is said to grow on the bellies of whales, often feasted on by symbiotic fish. It is known to have gathered not only the very, very rich, very bold flavor of the fungus, but also a rather sour note that actually comes from the desalination function of the actual mushroom itself.
Oh, wonderful. You'll instantly see, like, because Pectin isn't wearing any armor and clothes and being a plasmoid, he'll instantly kind of like rush over and almost like kind of like blob-like style rush over the mushroom, and you instantly kind of see like the mushroom like pop out of the ground, and it's now floating inside Pectin's body. And continuing movement to do kind of almost a step of the wind type of thing, you kind of see him charge up some energy. I want to go around and see if I can find some tarragon. Tarragon is known as the dragon herb, and he wants to kind of use it to complement what's happening. So if you can find some tarragon, some spice and leaves.
Fantastic. With the survival check that you made, you are more than capable of finding a few handfuls of tarragon as well.
Easy peasy. All right, that's what I'll do.
All right.
Some of those up.
Now, as you are of course doing this, the dragon is taking firm notice of you and your exploration.
I'm just a blob. Don't look at me. I'm just a blob.
All right. Next up, we have Cliff from Team 3.
So I did cut out, so I just need a little bit of reminding of exactly what's happening. We're doing a hustle for the ingredients right now. Do we also have to try and get the meat from the dragon?
So you are trying to get whatever ingredient that you would like from these dragons. Now, it wasn't mentioned before, but I will mention it again. This round will go for a specific time limit. and you will gather what you can and use the ingredients afforded to you in order to enhance the flavor of your ingredient in any way you can. But you guys will, of course, be able to use this to your effect. As in, you can use, like, for example, if you wish to bread something or cheese it, you can throw cheese into the mouth of the dragon to make a dragon breath fondue. You know, whatever you can imagine, the kitchen is yours. The staff is also ready with a variety of specialist tools and equipment if you guys require it.
Now, as for meat, I have to go harvest it from the dragon in front of me, or is the dragon the oven or appliance?
It's the meat. It's your signature dish.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go up and I'm going to try and get the meat from the dragon that we need for the dish. Is that correct? I run forward. I attack the dragon.
All right. You rush forward and attack the dragon.
You see Cliff take out three different rapiers. One of them just lights on fire as he does, and he's beginning to start hucking off meat from this dragon. Okay, cool. So, attack rolls?
Yes, please.
Okay. First one is going to be a 14.
All right. A 14 against the mighty red dragon. As you swing down, unfortunately, the 14 bulks against its shield-like scales.
Ah, so you're tough. Well, here's another. Bam! 16.
All right. 16, unfortunately, as well, bounces and glances off the creature. You hear the silent growl of the, silent. You hear the quiet growl of this creature as it...
Right, so very tough. Here's another. Bam! 20.
20 will hit!
Yeah! Let's go.
Your third finds your purchase.
All right, let's go. That's going to be 13 piercing fire damage. 6 piercing and 7 fire. So, yeah.
All right. The piercing damage manages to get through, but unfortunately, the red dragon's body temperature greatly exceeds the flames that lick from your fist. As you hit, however, sorry, not your fist, your weapon. As it does so, you can see that the piercing damage has caused a small wellspring of blood to pour from the wound.
All right, I'm not done yet. And I have another rapier attack, which will be a miss as well.
All right, your rapier once again glances. Its forward flanks are very, very tough and hardy. Make a perception check as we go.
Perception. Yeah. It's going to be a 12. You're muted.
It does not manage to get through, but we do have something special. We do have a judge coming in to offer either a boon or their wrath. Let's see which of our judges gets to unleash themselves first. Oh, well, this is beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bring in Judge Gothi. All right, Judge Gothi, you and your target is Team 3, the team of Cliff and Terra. Will you give them a boon, or will you give them your wrath?
Hello, excuse me. Sorry, I was adjusting my mask. Can you please rephrase the question?
Well, Team 3 has been granted from our lovely audience the opportunity to receive your boon which is a blessing. Something good might happen to them. They might get a magic item. Someone may come to help them. Maybe they get another round of attacks. Or maybe they end up with your wrath and find themselves in possession of a potato of a particular kind. Whichever the case may be, you are the arbiter of their fate.
All right, thank you very much. I have consulted with the other judges, and we've decided to give them a scroll of butchering. This scroll designates the prime cuts meat of the green dragon and also designates the areas of the dragon they should try to avoid, lest they make the dish unpalatable and deadly. But they'll have to roll carefully so they don't accidentally cut in some of the unsavourable areas of the dragon and release its extremely deadly toxin. So be careful, contestants.
Ooh. Very beautiful. All right.
I love it.
Returning back, Cliff and Tara, you are now in possession of a manual of carvery for the dragons.
Hells yeah. I'm going to yell out to Tara. I'm going to go, Tara, this is not going well, but we've been given a boon. Butchery, scroll. Butchery.
Perfect. I think Tara will then go and assist her brother, and immediately utilize the scroll to get the prime cuts of the dragon tail, if possible.
All right, that's my turn. I look over and give a nod to Tara.
All right, spectacular. Next up, we have on our list Team 2, Jamie. Jamie is muted.
Rob. You're muted, bud.
No, I'm not. I'm not muted. I was deep in thought. I was thinking about all of the amazing things that I was about to do. All right. So I'm up in the field with my special ingredient, correct?
Yes, indeed. In front of you stands the incredibly tempestuous blue dragon.
Knowing everything there is to know about dragons, because I'm pretty. I think I've mentioned I'm a dragonborn. Have I mentioned that I'm dragonborn? I'm pretty sure that's come up. I'm definitely a dragonborn, and as I'm a dragonborn, I know a lot about dragons, and I know that the blue dragon is particularly lightning focused and shoots lightning out of its face, and so you don't want to be in front of its face. And so I am going to. How does it look? I'm going to grab the outside edges of my my trench coat, and I'm going to spin around on the spot. I say, I'm going to take me somewhere, and I spin around on the spot, and the cloak sort of shrinks down in the center like a little spiraling pole, and it seems to disappear into the floor, and then poof, reappear on the back of the dragon's neck, like close enough to grab it by the horns from behind. But outside of the range of its face. And I say, see, would I be able to teleport if I was two people? No, of course not. As I cast Dimension Door to get onto its back. And that's my action.
It's mechanically sound, so it makes sense.
I mean,
damn it.
Not wrong. All right. Teleporting up onto the back of the dragon's neck, it rears its head back and forth as it tries valiantly to shake loose the dragonborn that is now mounted it. As you land on top of it, can I get you to make a athletics check as you try? Oh, either an athletics check or a dexterity check in order to just maintain your balance on the top.
I surely can. Did you say athletics or acrobatics?
Question for you, Tag. Do I need to make a check?
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
Athletics or acrobatics, did you say?
Yeah.
That is not great. I'm going to use my. I had a thing. What was it? It was an inspiration of some kind. A hero point. Hero point for this. I can't win with a 9. I'm gonna have to use a hero point to reroll that one.
All right.
I really want to stay on this thing. That's better. 19.
Beautiful.
The hands and clamp onto the edges of the dragon as they land down.
Wonderful. All right.
I've landed on the back of the dragon, and I'm facing towards the southwest. And I'm facing into the dragon from the sea in the north.
You can stop. I know what we're doing. I cut holes out.
I didn't know if you'd got. Yeah, if you hadn't cut holes, people would be able to see. It's so
obvious. Okay.
You're making it obvious by cutting holes. You meant if you just let me go on.
It's fine.
We were doing fine with me just describing every time that I turned around.
The blue dragon feels awkward.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to let out my draconic cry because I'm dragonborn, and I can do a draconic cry because I'm a dragon. Let out a cry at enemies within 10 feet of me. I am on its neck, so I am within 10 feet of it. Until the start of my next turn, me and any allies, just in case I had allies, would have advantage on attack rolls against all of the enemies that can hear me.
All right. So for no apparent reason, you've decided to roar and boost allies you don't have.
Yeah, just kind of intimidating the competitors more than anything else.
It boosts morale, just personally.
All right. Well, we then move to our first dragon, the adult green, who lumbers forward towards Hagathis and turns to face Pectin. It seems to be sizing the two of you up. And, between a puddle and a person who looks like they're mostly skin and bones, it seems as though this dragon has gotten some slim pickings. It jealously looks over at the red dragon's more substantial meal against the dragonborn that is riding the blue dragon. And instead of attacking Pectin and Hagathis, the dragon turns and clamps down on the tail of the red dragon. Jealous of its meal. Feral though they may be, they understand very clearly the concept of fairness, and they feel as though they have not been fed fairly. As the green dragon attempts to bite its red brethren. It clamps down, but misses. The red turns and unleashes a roar against its counterpart as it just gets bitten on the butt. The two dragons start squaring each other up. And that is all the green dragon does. This then leads us to Terra.
Okay. Terra is going to slide underneath the red dragon and try and get its attention. I'm going to prepare, if I can. I'm going to basically mock the red dragon and try and get it to throw fire at me.
All right.
Yep, I'm going to just do a stupid dance in front of the red dragon.
Okay, I'm
gonna start pirouetting.
Let's make a deception check as you are trying to draw its attention. Or a perform check. I think a performance is also quite appropriate here.
Amazing.
Okay.
You're all in for a treat now. Here comes the famous Terra dance.
Okay. 16.
With a 16, that is plenty. The dragon seems to notice you. Now, the dragon is feral, as previously mentioned, and isn't familiar with many things, including spellcasting, but it knows when tiny people wave their arms around, likely there are spells and magic that come ensue. Despite the playful nip of its green brethren, it is now firmly affixed to Terra.
Okay.
All right. And you're holding your action for when you get under it to slide in?
Yeah. I'm gonna hold an action. I'm I am going to get out my dagger and wait for it to sort of breathe fire down on me to attack.
Beautiful. Okay.
Yeah.
Which then brings us to Olivia. I mean, the second turn of Jamie Olivia.
I mean, it's only fair. We get 2 turns because there's 2 of each of you. So
Yes,
it makes
yes.
sense.
And also, Jamie Olivia is an overachiever, so it's important to know.
Yes, we certainly are.
So question to you, is is there any way that I could have already had a mage hand summoned? If not, it's fine, but is that possible?
I am perfectly happy with this.
Okay. Cool. So, I am going so there is as you know, Jamie Olivia lands on the back of this blue dragon. There is just like this blade that starts to emerge from one of the sleeves. Just gonna like poke out slightly. And I am going to try and attack the dragon. So doobie.
Specifically, where are you attacking on the dragon?
Specifically, I'm trying to hang off of the horn off the front of it and kind of try and slice a part of the cheek off.
All right. So, Jamie Olivia, you are making your way from behind the head of the dragon onto the brow, or the just sort of where the brow divots into a muzzle in order to get to where the cheek muscle is. Very well. You may make a athletics or an acrobatics check in order to get out there.
Okay. Why do I have advantage on this? Oh no, that's just against being grappled. I was like, why is D&D Beyond telling me I have this? Okay. Doobie. That is going to be a 31 for athletics.
Does that do it?
Only just.
Only just. And then to attack that with advantage, that's true. I rolled a 19 on the first one and a 16 on the first one, so the highest one is 29 to hit.
That will hit. Finding
Cool.
purchase, your blade digs deep into its cheek. Roll your damage.
Cool. So I get my rapier damage is 8. And then I have my sneak attack boy, which at this point in time is 8d6.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a lot.
Do it.
It's a lot. So
the dragon looses a roar.
It is an additional 38 points of damage.
46 plus your modifier.
It already added it. I'm rolling in D&D Beyond. Yep. So that's that bad boy. And then how far away is like the blue dragon from like the closest food area to us?
It is 10, 20, about 30 foot from the fungus and the meat station. It's about 60 foot from the farm and the fruit and vegetable station.
Okay, so I am going to send out my mage hand as my bonus action for like my cutting action, and I am going to try and grab some mushroom and some herbs, I think, from that sort of area of the thing. So like I'm gonna send it out and be like, go get this, I need it, and the hand's just gonna go run over while I'm trying to chop the cheek off of this dragon.
Beautiful. Now, unfortunately, the hand doesn't have eyeballs or a sense of taste, so it is going to pick stuff at random. So I'm going to need you to roll me a percentile to see just what you grab.
Sure, yeah, why not? That's fun.
One of those cookery shows where they just tip out a bunch of random stuff and the chef has to make something out of it.
It's like those challenges of like, what can I cook with what's left in my fridge right now?
yeah, otherwise known as being a student.
Okay, so that's a 93.
93? Ooh, very nice, very nice. Okay. With a 93, you actually get some really, really good truffles. You also find an assortment of mixed herbs. In fact, what you actually find are the essential ingredients of Chinese 5-spice, which includes star anise, cinnamon, cloves, and the like. These are now in your mage hand, who basically just looks like this big floating glob of just assorted, like, dirt and mushrooms.
Nice, perfect, incredible.
I just tried writing star anise and wrote star animes. So that's what we've got.
Yep, good. We have star animes. That's it. All of a sudden,
with their big
somebody
twinkling
says,
eyes.
"I want to be the
With
pirate
their
king."
Among Us eyes.
Yep. Okay. Hagathis.
So, seeing the green dragon turning towards the red dragon, using a bit of a distraction at its time, and notices that the green dragon's tail is very much exposed. So, with a sort of a glint across the glasses, Hagathis is going to start lurching forward, gaining an unusual amount of speed as it makes a beeline for this tail.
Right.
Yeah. So, just behind her, you can see this knife, which sort of almost seems like it's left behind, pitch itself up and out of the earth and fly alongside her as she grasps it out of the air in her hand again, and she's just going to make a quick slash for the back of it.
All right, very nice. As you manifest your power, make your attack as you slash at the tail of the dragon.
All of a 10.
A 10. As you slash into it, it's not that you can't hit it. It's that you actually notice that the green dragon's tail meat is covered in a strange membranous slime. It is a little known fact that green dragons have the ability to discard their tails when attacked or frightened if they believe they're in too much danger. It looks as though this tail is not old, but relatively new, and thus is quite slippery, and you hear this eek as your blade slips off the side of the tail meat.
Would Hagathis know this about the dragon tail?
Yes, that's why I told you. Oh, you hear it from the commentator who's yelling at it from.
Now with this new information imbued into her mind, she's going to maintain her position and I guess just stay very close to this dragon and gesture for Plecton to come closer. We're going to do something together in the near future.
All right. Very well. Which I believe then brings us to Big Red. All right. The Big Red Dragon is confused by the scintillating dance of Terra. Definitely not aroused, but entirely confused. Like, you know, like the fan dance from like the, what do you call it? The Star Trek, Star Wars-y thing. It's like, aha, now I will enchant you, and it's like, it's going to breathe fire. It is just confused, and it is going to, yes, do that. So what does the fire damage look like here? All right. All right. As fire leaks out, Cliff and Terra, it is coming in your direction. I am going to roll your dexterity saves because I have it here. Cliff, unfortunately, that is a natural 1 for yourself.
That's all right. I'm going to use my Indomitable.
Very well. But that is a 20 for Terra, which is still a failure, unfortunately.
That's right. I'm going to use my reaction Absorb Elements.
Very nice.
To harness the flame of the red dragon for a future dish.
Beautiful. With your Indomitable, Cliff, you do manage to make that saving throw, which brings it to a glorious total of 56 damage.
Ooh, that's spicy!
Before Terra, you get to absorb part of that with your spell, and Cliff, you only take 28 points of damage.
Love it.
All right, how much damage do you absorb with your spell?
Good question.
The flames lick hard and hot. And the interesting thing about it is that in the mouth of the dragon, you actually do not see fire come from inside of it, but instead you see these two large flame sacs beneath its jowls suddenly expand. As it does so, it unleashes this very, very thin chemical that meet and collide in the center of its mouth, and the pressure forms a spray stream in front of it. It then clicks the back teeth, which are actually covered in very, very precious jewels, platinum rocks that the red dragon is known to chew on for dietary needs. And as it bites down on it, ignites that flame forward.
Okay, this is saying 4d6.
All right, make it so.
6, 4, 10, 15, 19.
19. Very well. 19 points of damage is absorbed, which brings us to 35 damage that gets through. But you hold in your hand a small mote as your sort of like clothes sort of sizzle at the various ends that have been frayed by the flame. But you now hold in your hand what looks to be this very, very oxygen-rich, very, very almost like a lava lamp of flame that just sort of floats in your possession.
I have a vial, if I can put it in the vial.
100%. You load it into the vial, and you now have bottled dragon fire. Beautifully done. Ooh. Beautifully done. All right. Which then brings us swiftly to the blue dragon.
May I ask, did we get cheek meat or not? We did like 50
Oh, yes, you did. You absolutely 100% managed to tear in and get the sliver of cheek meat.
Did I? I mean, I...
Oh, yes, you did. You did. Yes.
The universal we, again.
Yeah. It's like Venom. Like we are Venom.
We are Venom, exactly.
Yeah.
So I got cheek meat and I got dragon blood on the blade that emerged strangely from my coat. Cool.
Indeed. Now,
is it my turn?
It is. It's not your turn yet.
It's the blue dragon is attacking
Thank God.
us.
However, right now it is time for yet another judge's boon, and to this we are going to turn to our one and only Chef Swidundi. Chef. Chef, Team 2 requires Chef Swidundi's boon or wrath.
Chef, Team 2.
Well, so I say Team 2, but it's just the one Dragonborn.
Yeah, the Dragonborn. Yeah, that's fine, the Dragonborn. They woke me up from a nap, so to give them the spicy Swedish meatball. Vulnerability to fire damage.
Vulnerability to fire damage. Very well. A giant flaming meatball flies down and strikes Jamie Olivia in the face. It is a spicy meatball, which now, thanks to its very, very enhancing cinnamony flavor, has given vulnerability to our dear Jamie Olivia. One has also randomly hit Jamie Olivia in the crotch as well.
Which one?
Oh my God, it's so hot.
And the spice seems to permeate through you.
If anybody was like able to get close enough and hear, you'd hear that Jamie's voice seems to have changed a little bit.
It's like just up and
You
up.
also just see like poking out of the trench coat slightly, just a little snoot that's like.
Oh my God, it's so hot! It's so hot! Oh my God, I don't think we should do the dragon breath thing. Oh God, I forgot my voice.
We should get your nose back in. And
I just want freedom, please.
a tiny little 3-clawed scaled hand comes out just above the snout and grabs the snout and pushes in, and then closes the thing again. But the Jamie's hands don't seem to move.
To literally everyone else, it looks like Jamie Olivia is just doing up their fly, like.
Yes.
Yes, that's okay. Sometimes we do leave the oven door open. Now, as it is now the blue dragon's turn, and as it does so, it is going to arc its back and try to launch Jamie Olivia into the air and then drop them into the mouth of the dragon. I'm not even going to insult you by making you do an opposed strength check, so what I'm going to get you to do instead is, as it flips up into the air and you are airborne, you begin to head down into its mouth. The both of you may take a free turn at this point to react before plummeting into its mouth and gullet.
The turn that I take as one person is as it's about to rear up and throw it. I quickly a little scaled hand comes out from the middle of my chest between the trench coat and just quickly grabs the back of the head of this dragon and says, "Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?" And I cast Dominate Monster on it.
Ooh, very nice. All right. Let's see what happens here as
It is a Wisdom saving throw. I'll be charmed. DC 19.
All right. And while that's happening, what is given that you're blessed with haste for this entire thing, what does your other action do?
So I think that So you're dominating it, right? Yes, we are dominating the monster. That's correct.
I am trying to dominate it.
Okay. So I am going to. I'm going to. I have a really weird idea.
Do it.
Okay, so I have an instrument on me called the Zolkun, and it is like a portable pump organ. So
You gonna do the polka?
It's like, well, it's got like this like tube coming off of it. It's not like an accordion. So I'm wondering if I can take the tube part and basically very aggressively push on the like bowels basically of it, to like send like a lot of like noise and vibration down the throat of this dragon, and maybe it'll be like and not and just like instinctively close its mouth.
Are you trying to weaponize a bagpipe?
Have you heard of anything more D&D?
Okay, I can do whatever.
Do you have a hero point? Either of you?
I don't think so.
I use mine to stay on the damn dragon.
Look, if you had a hero point, I'd let that fly. But yeah, I'm not gonna.
Chat.
I maybe have a spell.
All right. Well, look, you have until I finish the will save to convince chat to give you a hero point for that nonsense. But yes, all right. You pulled out. So basically, you watch as Jamie Olivia's pants suddenly start to inflate, and and I'm not gonna misquote this. A hose then emerges.
I always get bloated when I eat meatballs.
All right, here we go. Wisdom
Place
save
just doesn't sit well in our stomach.
17.
17 total. 19
Total.
to beat.
It does not beat it. All right.
This dragon is mine.
All right, it is yours. Its mouth is still open, but it has no intention to bite or to swallow. All right.
Wonderful.
Olivia, you are plummeting downwards, and as you do so, I'm going to get you to roll me a percentage. Just a raw-ass percentage.
Hey, I gotta hear my chat.
What?
Were they words?
They were just words. Someone just said hero point. Oh no, Wraith did. All right, Wraith.
Oh
All right,
my
Wraith.
gosh. Wow.
All right.
Oh my god.
I didn't know this was a pay-to-win game.
It's a very pay-to-win game. All right, as you begin to fall into its mouth, all of a sudden you hear this, because I don't know what that instrument sounds like, and And as it does, the jaws snap shut just before you land into its mouth. You bounce off the nose of it and land directly in front of the dragon. All right. Which I believe then brings us squarely to the end of round 1. Let's do it. Pectin. After gathering a sufficient amount of herbs, each of you are actually granted with a small bag of holding to gather anything you want to gather. So you've just loaded this up with bunches of the tarragon and, of course, the mushroom. All right.
Yep.
You can hear Hagathis calling out to you over in the distance, fighting the green dragon. What are you doing?
I noticed my cooking partner very valiantly fighting the dragon, and noticed the tail that they're going after. And I'm like, yes, oh boy. And I'm gonna go ahead and use my 60 feet of movement to dash and kind of, as like a little puddle, go straight for that tail. And what you're gonna see is basically, you're not sure if it's Pectin's head or a fist or something, but the amorphous blob just bashes into in an unarmed strike of the tail. And then trying to deal damage to that tail. That is a that's only a 7. No, not 17. That is a plus a 5. That's only a 15 to hit.
Bless you. Apparently, Cliff is allergic to dragon fire.
Yep. Yep, that's a 15 to hit with an unarmed strike.
15 to hit with an unarmed strike. As you reach back and attempt to pummel it, its armor is very, very tough. Now, are you attacking its tail specifically?
Its tail specifically, yes.
As you are attacking the tail, you notice that it is softer than the other areas. And even though when you hit it, it doesn't feel like it goes through, it actually does deal damage, enough to surprise it. And with a whirlwind of its tail, it snaps off.
Nice.
However,
perfect.
As I mentioned, the whirlwind of the tail, which lashes out and potentially slaps the both of you with a 25 to hit Hagathis.
Does this count as a missile attack?
Given it's technically launching its tail, I'll allow it.
Okay.
Right. I see.
What's the damage on it then?
All right, I'll roll the damage. Let's see. Here we go. Dumbest thing I've ever done. All right, that is 16 damage.
Okay, I'm a plus 21 to whatever I roll, so the damage is nulled.
Very well.
I would like to use my reaction to reduce the damage to 0 and basically and spend a key point to make a ranged attack with my monk weapon with it. So what I want to do is basically, as the tail is like doing kind of like that reactionary swivel thing, you'll notice Pectin go like, oh boy, and try to just grab it. It's like his whole body just like captures the tail, and he just spits it off in a random direction, kind of in the corner where it's like ours. We want to like put it in our side of the map. We want the tail.
All right. Well, you've got you're spoiled for choice. You've got the garden or you've got the fungal forest. Anywhere you want to put it.
I want it to where only we can get it. So I want to probably toss it probably behind my partner, Hagathis. So.
All right. Very well.
Does it still hit Hagathis?
It does not.
Oh, excellent.
It has been snatched out of the air.
Beautiful.
Awesome. So with that tail being free, that was only one action, one reaction. Can I... the tail doesn't regrow immediately from the dragon, does it?
It does not, but it will regrow shortly.
Okay, I would like to use, I'm pretty sure I would have extra movement. I want to use extra movement and go ahead and go up where the tail is, the entrance.
Okay.
Because as a plasmoid, I can go in unarmored into any place that is 1 inch wide. I want to go up into that tail, up into whatever orifice is over there, go up that tail. And I would like to use one of my actions as a way of the dragon. I would like to use my second attack to do a breath of the dragon and blow fire from the inside of the tail out, up, through.
I like it.
It is a dex save of 17, but I am inside that dragon, by the way.
All right. Now, Unfortunately, there are organs and things to prevent you from going up a certain passage. However, where the
Sure.
tail has been cut, there is actually a kind of like, it's almost like a it's where the spine would otherwise have the musculature that goes
Cool.
through,
Yep.
and there is a way for you to like move through the musculature because of the sheer size of the dragon. So you're actually more
Cool.
like in its back muscle than anything else, kind of moving it
I'll
around.
take it.
As you blow and breathe out that fire, deal your damage for me, please. As you watch as this dragon suddenly smokes out of its nose, and its eyes sort of like starts to like have its tongue out, and it's like breathing heavily as its eyes sort of flare up.
21 fire damage. And also, it's slightly seasoned with that tarragon and mushrooms that are inside pectin.
Oh,
So,
nice.
Genius.
Nice, beautiful. All right, it is now beautifully seasoned with tarragon.
from the inside.
From the inside, yeah, that's gone right, and because you're in the actual muscle, it's actually seasoning the deep into the muscle as well. So that's brilliant.
Perfect.
That's awesome.
From the inside, I don't want to take too much time, but I have a bonus action. I would like to do Flurry of Blows, key point.
Oh, and like tenderize it.
Yep.
All
Yes,
right,
please.
let's do it.
All right. 9 plus 10, 19.
That will make it.
And as a Draconic Strike, it's going to do more fire damage. That's 8 fire damage.
All right, you are definitely cooking this thing from the inside.
My next last unarmed strike will be a 26 to hit.
Okay, that'll hit.
Same Draconic action. It'll be 10 fire damage from the inside. Is any of this like pummeling? My hope would be that as I'm punching from the inside of this muscle tail, is that scales are kind of like also flying off in the direction of Hagathis or like off the dragon.
I'd say that some of the looser scales that were already kind of partially shedding are starting to fall to the ground. Easy for that.
Cool.
Yep. Now, as you are doing this, however, the commentator, which is me, I'm the commentator, hi, says that it is very lucky that Pectin is using a tenderizing tool on the interior of the battlefield, because, as you see, there are lots of poison glands and organs within, and because there is no piercing or slashing damage happening to it, the meat is remaining tender and unpoisoned. So kudos to Pectin for their method of preparation. Next up, we move to our celebrity chef, Cliff. Saucy.
Okay, cool. So, I'm going to look, is our dragon's tail still inside this green dragon's mouth, or is it let go?
No, the green dragon did not manage to bite onto it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, cool. I am going to start harvesting once again. I take aim at the eyeball this time, making sure that I don't ruin the eyeball at all. One question, though. This scroll of butchery, what does that exactly give me? Like,
It will give you advantage to butchering the dragon. So, for example, if you want to remove the eye, you will have advantage instead of disadvantage. So not that it
I
gives
love
you
that.
advantage, but that any check you make to it is at advantage.
All right, I'm gonna go for the eye, and that's just a series of attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can change your target as you're making these attacks if you would like.
Hells yeah! All right, so that first rapier attack's gonna come out.
Oh, now clarification: you're going to be using a piercing weapon on the eye.
Yes.
All right. For carving certain things, you will need the right tool in order to avoid damaging it. A piercing weapon will damage the eye.
Seeing that in the scroll, I'm gonna be like, oh, right, that's probably not a good idea. And then I'm gonna grab out my hand axe instead, and use my hand axe. Okay.
All right, make your attack.
That's gonna be a 14. The first one. I'm going to use my
is that with
hero
advantage?
Point. Oh, that's not with that's,
You do get advantage
That's not
on
with
all of
advantage.
these.
Hells yeah. Okay. That's gonna be a 24.
24? All right, with a 24, yes, you do manage to carve at the eye. Deal your damage.
Yeah. That's going to be 8 slashing damage.
Beautifully cut. Hasn't gotten all the way through yet, but it is making its way.
All right, here comes the second one.
Yep.
At advantage. That's going to be a critical.
Oh, very nice.
I rolled an 18. So...
you won't need to roll damage. You have masterfully removed the dragon's eye without damaging it. You can already see the wounds starting to stitch up and grow where you would remove the eye.
Hells yeah. I'm going to grab the eye and then I'm going to toss it towards Terra. Here you go! Okay, and then I'm gonna start moving around to the flank and the tail.
All right.
I'm gonna make my third attack because I got 3 attacks of extra attack. Now, does the butcher spell? So the butcher spell say I should use slashing or piercing?
For the tail, slashing. Or actually, no, slashing for the tail, piercing, or slashing for the flank.
Flank. Okay, cool. I'll go for the flank next. Okay, cool. Next attack. That's gonna be 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, and that's gonna be 6 piercing.
6 piercing. Very well. 6 piercing damage will begin to again bloodlet more of the flank of the dragon meat. The blood here actually seems to be a brighter red, almost a translucent like jelly kind of consistency.
Hells yeah. I take note of this and consider what we're going to do with that later, but for now I'm just going to try and get our meat. I'm going to use my offhand attack. And this one's an advantage as well. It's going to be an 18.
18. Very well. With an 18, you try to cut through it. Unfortunately,
I'm able to use my hero point for that.
You can use your hero point.
Yeah,
yep.
Sick. Just a d6.
Yep, just the d6. But even with the minimum of that will manage to cut through and manage to create that nice bit of flank steak that you can cut out here.
Rock and roll. Okay, cool. So we've got the flank steak, we've got the eyeball, we're going for the tail now. I'm going to use my action surge here to get another 3 attacks. So you see, time to hustle, and then I'll whoosh, go in for the tail. And that one is slashing, right?
Yes, that one is slashing.
All advantage?
All an advantage, yep.
20 for the first one?
20 will hit.
Rock and roll, that's 9 damage.
Yep.
Second? That's a natural 20 for 28.
Nice.
That will be 6 plus. I didn't do my critical.
Beautiful.
9. So 9 damage, and then my last one at advantage. 10. So the last one will be a miss.
All right, the last one will indeed miss. All right, but that is enough to cut a nice piece of the tail meat for yourself as well. So you've acquired this. Now, to give a public service announcement, first of all, we'd like to remind everyone that these dragons here are, first of all, feral, very, very angry, very, very aggressive. They do have highly advanced regeneration. This is part of their feral nature. In fact, what we are doing here in terms of the butchering of these creatures is actually helping them, because they, if allowed to exist without violence or fighting, their regeneration will actually double down on the actual creature, causing it to grow cancerous tumors and inevitably killing it. So events such as this actually are good for the dragon.
Hells yeah. So it's actually like exercising their brains and whatnot.
We call it pre-surgery.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, yes. It keeps them healthy by preventing them from dying. That's what I'm telling everyone.
I'm gonna scoop up the flank. I'm gonna scoop up the tail, and I'm gonna start moving over towards Terra.
All right, very well.
So we've got all our meat now.
All right, as you move towards Terra, a set of razor-sharp jaws.
Sorry, buddy. I'm too quick for you. I have the mobile feet, so you can't hit me.
I'm gonna use my legendary action.
Off my turn ends. Well, I'm out of range. You'll have to move the dragon.
Use my lair action.
Just make up a word and put action after it.
I'm gonna make up my
birthday action. You can
my
use your birthday
immediately
action,
kill Cliff action. Okay.
All right, bam! We got our meat. Let's go.
All right, Jamie, you're up.
All right, Jamie says aloud, "Oh no, I can't control him. He seems to be," and telepathically, I can communicate with my dominated dragon as I'm telling it to unleash a lightning bolt right at Cliff, and particularly targeting the tail meat that he's holding, because I'm trying to sear it because lightning is more than 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. So I'm hoping that it sears his meat and makes it all tough and extra cooked before he gets to use it. But I can't control him. I can't control him. Oh no! And the blue dragon is going to turn around and unleash a bolt of lightning. And telepathically, I'm also going to say, and also stretch your tail out. And he's going to stretch his tail out behind himself.
All right. Very well. The commentator looks at the rules and says, "Yep, no, I specifically says contestants can't target each other, but I did not say that contestants can't control the ingredient to target someone else." And green card. It's
Rob
good.
knows his
Just
loopholes.
to clarify, does the feral dragon understand language?
That's a very good question.
That's a very good question.
Under the usage of the dominate spell, it understands intention. While it probably understands,
it doesn't specify that it
lightning
needs
bolt,
to be
it's
able to
probably
speak.
not going to specifically understand the name Cliff. So I'm going to give this a percentage chance. Actually, I'm going to give it a 50-50. We're gonna roll this, and it's going to be odds. We're going to go with Cliff. Evens. We're going to go with Terra. That is a 6 on the dice, so that is going to hit Terra. So Terra, I need you to make me a reflex saving throw, or a dexterity saving throw, even in this game that I'm playing, that I'm familiar with. As a bolt of crackling lightning flies out and hits Cliff's sister.
Not my sis!
17.
17? 17 is sadly not enough. And that will be an additional 60 points of damage.
60.
6-0.
Okay.
How you looking?
I'm dead.
Oh god! Oh my god!
What?
I didn't mean to kill you.
All right.
However.
Do you have hero points?
We took fire damage before
I
as
have
well.
a hero point, and I was also. I just looked at whether I can use absorb elements again. It's a first level. I'm going to use it at first level,
Very
so
well.
I can take a little bit off that. But if I use my hero point,
If you use your hero point, you simply stave off death. You will be put to 1 hit point.
Would you still be dead even if you used absorb elements?
You are currently
Probably
you are currently 6 hit points over your maximum by my count, which means that yes, it should be fine to absorb enough to stop you from dying.
Absorb elements gives you
Have you
resistance,
had a
right? So you
turn
half the
before since your last reaction?
Yeah, I was wondering if we had a turn since
No,
last
it's
reaction.
okay.
Throwing that out there.
yeah,
you-
I think I'm just going to be at 1 hit point.
Let's just ruin Dag's birthday and just die.
Yeah.
So,
cooking
I'm gonna
only
use-
death.
Because Mendarii hates me.
Yeah, what else
That's
do I
fine. I will use my hero point to remain at 1 hit point.
All right. Absolutely beautiful. The lightning strikes at Terra. Cliff, you watch this. You're fairly confident that that was like potentially a killing blow, but something seems to have protected Terra at the last fleeting moment. You guys are still alive and in the game. Well, I mean, for the round, but there are now 2 dragons. Well, actually, technically, all 3 dragons' breath weapons are aimed at you guys.
And that was a free action on my turn because it specifically says no action required to command him. So I have my action and I don't have movement, strangely, because I only move on the other half of my turn. So I will. Me and my other half are still together, right? My leg half. The two parts of my body. That is definitely one Dragonborn. Did I mention I'm a Dragonborn? I'm definitely Dragonborn. We're still together, right?
Are we like emotionally, like it's really like you're 2 different people sometimes, and we're just trying to
different emotion, different personalities.
rectify that in one,
All right. So as my action, I will dimension door one more time, and I will zip off of its neck this time and down by its tail. It's now outstretched and unmoving tail.
Mm-hmm.
And then as my bonus action, I will roar with a draconic cry to give my other half advantage on attacking that tail.
Very nice.
That's my
Okay.
turn.
All right, a swift series of actions which resulted in quite a devastating blow to Team 2. Team 3, sorry. I know the teams.
Well, the numbers of them have changed so many times.
Look, I'll talk to the producers and see what I can sort out. You know, I mean, this is just not acceptable. So anyway, the the green dragon, it goes now, and honestly, it's actually you know those like those massage spas where you like go and you get like the massage and the hot rocks on your back.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of what's happening here. Its muscles feel like all loose, like, you know, someone's like moistened them and like.
I also speak Draconic, so I'm kind of just be like, I'm kind of just like singing to it inside.
Oh, this is rad. Yeah, it'll kind of. So it arcs both of its legs stretch out forward, as does its neck, but its hind legs remain up, giving it like this arch in its back, as it sort of just stretches and opens its mouth. That's actually all it does this round. But let's see. Does it have any really cool, awesome things that maybe it will do? Oh yeah, this will be fun. As it does so, as it stretches outwards, it is going to use this opportunity for grasping vines. A series of vines suddenly emerge, erupting in the grassy areas. These are covered in briar and thorns. Anyone hoping to get any of these produce will have to pay the toll. And the fungus is just raw, just like roots and stuff like that. So it's just slow area to move through now. All right. That is what the dragon does, is it stretches itself outwards. Moving then to Terra.
Okay. What are your rules on drinking a potion of healing? Is it going to take me a full action?
I because of the nature of this, I'm going to make it a free action.
Okay. I down a potion of healing. And as I do so, I'm going to cast... Nope, lost a headphone. I'm going to conjure woodland beings.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring out 8 sprites and command them to go and harvest the rest of the smaller ingredients and hopefully be able to get through all of the entanglements since they're so small.
I love this. This is just like Disney all over.
All right.
In my burnt, electrified clothing, I take off the freaking burnt apron and pull out a couple of leaves and feathers from my outfit and release them into the air, allowing them to transform into little sprites.
Beautiful.
Disney
How many do you
princess
summon?
whispering to them.
Yeah.
Sorry, how many do you summon?
I have 8.
And are you summoning them just around the place?
Yes, I'm gonna send them off to go and collect some ingredients. If you would like me to give you an ingredient list, I can do.
No, that's fine.
All right. Yeah, so they're all over the place. And I'm going to instruct one of them to... I'm going to instruct one of them to set... to unbutton the Dragonborn's cloak.
All right.
How rude of you. The scandal.
Okay. The
Started something now, Mendarii.
Yeah.
All right. The sprite
You shot
moves.
lightning at us!
The sprite moves across.
I did
and,
nothing.
And flies in that direction. Now, is it just the irregular sprite?
Just a regular Fey sprite, yes.
All right. Let's see if this has the ability to decloak our dear friend here. All right, it is invisible, so it is going to get advantage on its roll. Its roll is only a +2, so let's see if it can make a disarm check here. So disadvantage on an athletics check, please, Jamie. You muted.
You muted, Rob.
Athletics specifically, you say?
Athletics specifically, because you're trying to hang on to it.
Alrighty. Disadvantage, that is an 8.
An 8? It's not ideal, but you know what? This is a sprite who gets a 16.
Oh dear.
All right, your
He's not very strong.
The sprite manages. Well, I mean, it's only trying to unbutton your jacket rather than tear it off you. So it does manage to slip underneath you and remove the buttons. As it does so, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Yeah. I suppose. What do they see, guys?
Okay. What do they see?
I feel like we've planned for this.
We have, yeah. I feel like this is definitely something Jamie Olivia would have planned for.
Specifically because, and hear me out, like I know that sounds like a joke, but hear me out. So, you know, Jamie Olivia, very much so an overachiever. Not only are they a user of the arcane arts, but they are also a master of stealth. And can, you know, hide very quickly if they need to.
Yeah. So what I feel it is imagine a morph suit, if you will, that is a red morph suit, and it has cardboard scales stuck to it, like a dragon's scales, and then stuff that morph suit with, I don't know, for just try and think it like 2 children, just as a random example. Imagine 2 children sort of on each other's shoulders and wearing one red morph suit. And then out of the sides, around where the hips are, there's a couple of holes with a couple of scaled arms that you just see if you've got a very good perception before, as the cloak drops away, they whip back inside the morph suit. and then Jamie is,
There's
and
like
as the
a weird
cloak
little
starts to
bulge
fall,
around like the lower stomach area that just kind of like
it kind of like tucks itself away real quick. and as the cloak starts to fall, it doesn't actually come all the way off because it gets stuck on the shoulders, where there seems to be some kind of a harness situation on the top half of Jamie, that is connected to 2 mechanical looking arms that go down the sleeves of the jacket, preventing it from actually coming all the way off. That's what they see. Oh, I say, and then one of the mechanical arms comes across like this and grabs the cloak back across. I say.
And then the lower half too just kind of like didn't make it all the way, so just kind of like after
It's like a claw game, right? Like
we're going to have to edit that out before the live stream of the television. It's hardly aired after the watershed.
We're live now, actually.
There you go, another stinger.
It's why it's called live. All right. With that very saucy turn, we then return to Hagathis.
So despite the ongoing cacophony with the other chefs parading around dragons, flaunting their goods,
this is just what a dragonborn body looks like, don't you know? Don't body shame me.
Just notice a small bump, like sort of come and go as his coat disappears. Hagathis is going to turn around and pick up that tail, which I believe that Plecton was in. Correct? To clarify.
No,
you're in the dragon.
No. The tail that he threw is like the snapped off tail.
Okay, are you comfortable to get out of the dragon?
I can, yeah.
Can I pull you out of the dragon, or is that like a?
Are you okay? Do you require assistance?
Like I'm gonna shout inside a dragon hole. Something I never thought I'd do.
Yep, good job.
You just hear kind of a.
Oh! I see. You're doing fine. Anyway, come along. We've got work to do. And Hagathis is gonna scoop up that tail and pop it into a little bag of holding, and do its best. Hagathis is gonna start conjuring, and some of the vines which were littering the platform going to combine into what makes a rectangle-like structure just behind her, and she's going to beckon for Plecton to join her as she phases through the dimension door.
Ooh, very nice. All right, where are you dimensioning joining to?
We're going to go down the bottom left.
Into the farmlands.
Into the farmlands, which is surrounded by or littered with thorns. Now, knowing Plecton's abilities and movement, as from what she's already seen, she's under a firm belief that he can navigate through that quite easily.
Very nice.
Or they can navigate. Sorry, pardon me.
Yep, with Pecton's unique biology, I have no issue with this. So the two of you are just going to scavenge in here?
Yes.
Very well. You can see that there are a variety of different eggs, even different types of eggs, different types of bread, different types of cheese, milk. Again, anything you can imagine you can be produced on a farm.
Is it weird to suggest like an Aarakocra egg?
Yeah.
I don't want it, but
there'd be a feral Aarakocra egg.
Okay.
That's our playthrough word of like, it's okay. It was a feral Aarakocra. It's fine.
Right.
Why don't you say like a rock or like some other bird?
No, because I want that. Like I want to not want that.
So, yep. All right. Sounding dodgier the longer I do this. All right. Next up is the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon was breathed on, was stabbed, didn't like a bunch of stuff that was happening, and is going to go and take a nice big chunk out of the person who decided to take a nice big chunk out of him.
Ooh.
All right. The dragon steps up. And Robert, you're going to have to walk me through this.
Yes.
First thing it does is it takes out a large claw and stomps down on top of Cliff.
Okay.
Duck and weave.
Is this the blue dragon doing this?
No, the red dragon.
Red dragon. Okay.
No, you'll recognize this. 19 will hit.
No, I have an AC of 21.
You have an AC of 21?
Oh,
Your
yes, I
character
do.
sheet says 19, mate.
No, mine says 21.
I don't know. I'm looking at it right here.
Let me refresh.
Unlock a.
It says 21.
You might want to refresh. Mine says 21.
Very well. Very well. Have to check on that. All right. Did you
But a
change anything
legendary
between-
action means that he gets to add 2 to his
Yeah,
attack.
so-
I'm going to use my legendary bonus.
The
I feel like
Did you use my legendary action bonus?
I feel like Roadrunner right now.
Phileas.
so I'm just like.
I'm going to hit you again.
All right. So as that one comes down, the claw comes to stamp me. I bring out my shield with one of my arms. Clink! It scratches across the form of it, and then it's a shield of expression, so it has a silly face come up on it with the tongue sticking out.
Nice. It is going to then lean. It's not going to pull its claw back, but it's simply going to just apply more pressure by putting its forward body weight further into it with a 27 to hit.
All right. I'm going to use. I believe I can use my lock feature to make it roll a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so I have to roll again?
Yeah.
Well, it has advantage. That is a natural 20.
Oh, okay. So I'll take the lower out of the
Sure,
two.
I mean, I can have the nat 20. All right.
You're strong, buddy.
All right. As the claw comes down, it is going to deal a total of nothing special, 14 points of damage. As the weight kind of pushes down, it then is using a bite attack to try and, as it's pinning you on the ground, biting onto you and then ripping
I think
you.
I get what's happening here. I was like, what part of this am I walking him through? Oh.
All right. So I'm going to make a bite attack, right?
It's going to hurt.
All right. That is a 26 to hit.
I'll use luck again.
All right. That is a... That's why I kind of nice things. It's a natural 1.
All right. That's what I'm going to... Nope, sorry. I'm the only one that's going to be eating today, not you. Then I step away. Bam! And just let him stick out of the way.
Well,
using my
you're
catchphrase.
still
Bam!
under its claw.
Bam!
You're still under its claw, but as it goes to bite you, and as you say "bam," in the audience, one of your audience members pulls out like a camera. They're wearing like a Cliff t-shirt, and they just go, and you watch as the dragon goes, because the flash goes off in its eye. And
Post that on Insta!
Tagged on Insta.
Tag me in it.
Tags you on Insta. All right. And that is the dragon's turn. It moves its claw as it swipes at its eyes, which are now dazzled and blinded because it only has the one.
Amazing.
All right. And then we go to Olivia.
All right. At the start of Jamie Olivia's turn, if I may approach the bench.
Ooh, you have a hero
my
point to approach the bench?
I do have a hero
Yes,
point
you may.
with which I would like to approach the bench.
Okay.
As Jamie Olivia is somewhat partially specializing as a conjuration wizard and has an ability called minor conjuration, I would like, for flavor purposes mostly, that Olivia would make no sense for Jamie Olivia to be able to cut off this dragon's tail with a rapier. So instead, I'm going to use my minor conjuration action to conjure a guillotine around the tail. The tail, which, if I remind you, is from a dominated dragon that has specifically been told to stretch it out and not move it. So could I use a hero point to conjure a guillotine that my other half, Olivia, could then use for her sneak attack?
You may do so. However,
Yay.
I'm going to be adding the caveat that you will roll a percentage, and on a, let's say a 5 or lower. It's almost like a D20 with a natural 1, right?
yeah. We'll just make
No, it's a percentage.
No.
Okay. I know what I've asked for. So, on a 5 or lower, the spell will bork, and it will cut Jamie Olivia in twain.
Okay.
Did somebody say it? Bork?
Bork.
Borky bork.
All right, I will do so. I will roll a percentage specifically. Let me find that. And I want anything other than a 0 to 5. And I got a 59. I'm good.
You're good. All right. A guillotine begins to manifest. You watch as it manifests. It begins to manifest. But you realize that
it kind of looks like the blade of the guillotine looks like a big meat cleaver.
Yep. As you do so, you create this guillotine out of like thin air. You also see off to the side there are a couple of the Dragon Kitchen Studio ninjas who have a giant guillotine with a giant thing at the ready, and they're just like, and they just. Jamie
Olivia is self-sustaining, self-sufficient.
Always bring our own tools. Yes.
Your crotch is speaking.
All right. Well, my other turn is.
Yes. So so now that the guillotine has been sort of summoned and brought out, the whole of Jamie Olivia is going to sort of jump up into the air, and try and how do I want to describe this? I think that I want to say that the whole we entirely jump up onto like the top of it, like with like our feet, and push down to try and chop it off.
All right, very well. You're using your entire body weight to try and chop it off. I'm just gonna get you to make me a strength check here, flat out strength, and you can do so at advantage because Jamie's with you.
Okay. You mean myself, and I?
Yeah,
I am very inspiring,
we're all
so you know.
Yeah, you yourself and I. Yeah.
Okay, so my first one is a 10. And, my second one's a 15. It was almost a 1, but it was a 15.
All right. And with that, a thin slice cuts through and penetrates the scale of the dragon, and the tail is now removed.
The dragon can instantly make a wisdom saving throw against dominant monster.
It doesn't need to, because as soon as this happens, the sound of the bell rings. The dragon does break free, but before it has a chance to enact its terrible revenge, in fact, all of these, a series of blow darts start to lay into the dragons, who eventually fall asleep.
They bring out a shit cannon with a blow dart in the center. It's like a barrel-sized blow dart.
Yeah, that's it. And then there's a minotaur on the top wearing like this tiny little like stage like costume like turtleneck, and he's just like pushes the All right. The dragons are put to sleep, like actual sleep, not put to sleep, but yeah. Gotta be very careful about how we deal with these dragons. They're healthy and fine, and they live in a free paddock. It's an enclosure for endangered feral dragons.
Hey,
Look,
Dag, did the dragons have names?
No.
What about families?
What about family?
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Alvin, Simon, and Theodore.
All right. With that, the dragons are, of course, taken off to the side. Now, prepared for you and all of our chefs as we get ready to go into the kitchen are a series of other ingredients from these dragons, such as the wing bones, the leathers, and stuff like that were gathered earlier on and refrigerated so that you guys can use them as well. Now, going through all of the teams. Team 1, Pectin and Hagathis, you have acquired not only the very succulent tail meat, but you also gain a bonus because the tail meat has received none of the poisoning. In addition, the meat that you have is now spiced and quite deliciously tenderized thanks to the actions of Pectin. So well done. You have two rare pieces of ingredient. To our other team, Cliff and Terra for Team 2. Team 3. Team 3? Yes, I know what teams are. Look, I'll just keep going here. You've acquired the very rare Dragon Breath, which is, of course, kept by Terra. You've also acquired a variety of different meats that you have taken. Unfortunately, you missed out on the opportunity of taking the heart blood. Which was that crystal clear liquid that poured out.
Sorry, that was on my list of things my
your fairies wanted to grab?
My
very well.
Went,
in which case, yes, no, very well. If one of your fairies did grab it, then you can grab that as well.
Are we team 2 now? Or are we team 3
No, you're team
now?
3.
We're
You're
team
team 3.
I'm confused.
You're team
It couldn't
3.
be simpler.
I just went in
Ben.
the initiative order. And it's
You're team
all right.
A, we're
Okay.
team blue, and they're team Sunday.
Yes. See, it's not that difficult.
Sure.
All right.
which is more important than Mendarii and Rob. That's what happened.
So yes, team 3.
Ever heard of save the best to last?
You can fix that, but like just say
We're
it
not allowed to
publicly
target
is like
other-
really rude.
This is what happens when I invite my friends over for fun.
We're even on the screen. We're even on the screen in 1, 2, 3 in order.
No, you are right.
Look.
There it is. You are.
And really, everyone knows that the things that are put at the center of the screen are the most important. So
Look, I
Where
can
the eyes
revive
go.
these dragons and we can turn this into a 3-hour fight, okay?
Guys, can
I
we
will
let Dag finish? It's his birthday. I mean, dear Lord.
Thank you, Dave.
Come on.
I'm gonna spit on his
where's
cake.
that strange voice coming from?
Who's that?
I don't
Who's speaking?
Somewhat irrelevant.
Groovity.
Team 2, actual Team 2, you have acquired the following. You have acquired the very succulent cheek meat of the blue dragon as well as the tail meat. Now, unlike the tail meat that Pectrin and Hagathis have gathered, blue dragons do not have the ability to shed their tails as a defense mechanism, so you also have a very substantial chunk of dragon bone that is coming with that as well. Yes. Now, dragon bone for the blue dragon in particular is kind of metallic, so you'll need to figure out a way to deal with that. But other than that, guys, you have acquired a rather interesting assortment of stuff.
I
And
have
before,
a question
Oh,
real
yeah.
quick.
Yeah.
So technically, like in terms of ingredients that we gather, like from the other areas, like that we're done on that, right? Like we're not gonna get any more, technically speaking, or like is that like what's the deal with that?
Do we get like a
Kinda like a
pantry of
radish.
basic necessities?
Yeah, do we have?
Well, like
you
okay,
will
so
have
the
a
thing is that like
little
I didn't
sesame
use a
seeds.
bonus action on my last turn, and I would have tried to get like the hand
Some
to
more
another
vegetables
area
or-
if we had
you
needed
will have
to, but like
you will have a very, very fully stocked kitchen that will
Okay,
have
very
all
good.
assortments of a variety of stuff as well, which
What about a kenku egg?
which we will reveal. Well, given you spent a turn salvaging the rare materials, I will allow you to say that one of the eggs you grabbed was indeed a a feral Kenku egg.
There we go. Add that to the front there.
Yeah, it's out.
About elf egg?
Look, it's the Dag's channel version of he's coming right for us.
Can I have
Okay,
an elf egg?
That's all it is.
A feral elf egg, please.
Yes, a feral elf
Expect
egg.
to see these
Elf
things
eggs.
included on like a Quincy's Tavern situation.
All right, on that note, guys, we are going to go to a commercial break. Stick around. We will be back. We will return very soon. So enjoy these words from not our sponsors, but this is just a group of our friends, people that I have worked with over the many years and who I love very, very dearly. Yeah, enjoy. Welcome back, one and all, to the Dragon Kitchen. I hope that you enjoyed the first half of the segment. A gripping battle between the titans of the kitchen. There are many ingredients that have been gathered from our special ingredient, the dragons of old. And our chefs are currently busy preparing them behind the scenes. So before we jump to go and meet up with our chefs and our culinary experts, let's go and check in with the judges and see what they make of round one. Greetings and welcome. Hi, judges.
Thirsty, big.
Hello.
Oh my god! There's so much happening! Oh my god!
Sage, are you okay? Ninja, quick, go grab Sage some tea. There's a tiny little man that comes out with like a small like cup of tea. It's got like a little lotus in it.
Oh, thank you, much better. Ah, that was a wild round. Oh my god. Ah. So I am making bets though that green team will green team one. What? Who is what? Who is what? What?
Well, do you Pectin and Hagathis. Pectin and Hagathis are definitely a formidable pair, fighting the green dragon toe-to-toe. They've collected 3 ingredients: a rare egg, the tail meat of the green dragon, and the, of course, very succulently pressed and massaged seasoned meat of the green dragon. What do you think their chances are of making it through round 2?
Oh, that's the easy one. You know, when I figured out this, and when it's a dragon and a tail, and the sauce and the boo. Oh, that's easy.
I think agree more.
Yeah, and I think to elaborate on what Chef Swidundi has said is that the green team one, the team with the slime on it, did a really great job of acquiring a lot of special ingredients and also keeping their composure in the entire thing. So I think I personally see them as being the front runners for this.
Ooh, all right. So there's there's some predictions of front runners already. Excellent. How do we feel about the second team, the team of course, Jamie Olivia?
Who?
The Dragonborn who had fought against the blue dragon. That maneuver in order to dominate the creature was definitely a smart crack in the middle round there.
Well, I didn't put all my money on that one, Ed, but they dirty burst, and they got the gauntlet, and they dropped down in the dragon tail, and it was a well-done plan. I wouldn't put my money on, like I said, you know what I mean? But it's okay.
Hey, I think that they're definitely close behind on our front runners, especially using the dragon tail as well as the cheek meat. But I really am excited to see how they're going to braise and or use the bone marrow that they got from the blue dragon.
Hey, did bone marrow.
Bone marrow.
And Gothi, any thoughts?
I am just very confused and concerned about the the head count for that team. and the trench coat.
Yes, no, definitely a surprising reveal in the middle round there. But of course, many hands make light work. Will they, of course, use that to their advantage, or will they simply be light hands with much work to do? I guess only time will tell. And of course, lastly, our valiant Team 3 of Chef Cliff and Terras. What do we think of their team? Are they going to come and show the same ferocity as the dragon they fought in the second round?
Well, I sure hope so. They had a big challenge with the red dragon, so they're definitely going to need to step up their game in round 2. They did collect a lot of items, but I think that they missed one of the more important ones. I think it was like the heart blood for the red dragon, so hopefully they'll be able to make do with what they have.
Absolutely. Chef Swidundi?
Oh, I wasn't sure that the sweet and the sibling and the burp burp. And what they did with the spin around with the thing. But I agree that they didn't mean the thing that the birdies. Yeah, the top runner.
Mm-hmm. Another top runner. Ooh. 2 contenders out of 3. That's definitely a very very strong assessment. But hopefully this is still anyone's game. Gothi, final thoughts?
Well, to be honest, I just kind of lost track of time around there, and I started drawing a potato. But I also am wondering if perhaps we're dealing with a little bit of espionage or some secrecy here, because for them claiming to be siblings, they have very different accents, and I was confused by that. I was also wondering if perhaps in the case of the BAM guy?
Oh, the Cliff?
Yes. I was wondering if perhaps maybe he has, too many hands make for complicated work in the kitchen.
That's true. Maybe he'll we'll get to see whether or not he really cuts the mustard with many hands in the kitchen, or if he'll just get himself tripped up. Only time will tell. But I'm just hearing words now from the backstage ninjas that the teams are now ready in the kitchen with everything that they need. So what say we jump across and go see our honored chefs? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dragon's Kitchenettes. Each of these kitchens you see before you are filled with everything that any good gourmet chef could require, ranging from, of course, produce from across the various multiverses, a hot stove powered by the fuel of the magic runes inscribed into the very unique clay molds, to a cold plate of ice runes that you guys can use, and even hot grills with charcoals and assorted woods provided for you. There's also a drinks bar where you guys can access a variety of beverages and the like, oils and other assorted goodies, and fresh produce and meats are provided as well. Though the meats you may find are not quite as fresh as the ones you've collected in round 1, but you can indeed find them in the refrigeration units just by the side. Though if you are busy, one of the helpful Dragon Kitchen ninjas will go and grab something for you. But before we begin, we have had some amazing responses from our audience members. The audience has demanded not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 Chaos Kitchen events. Now, these Chaos Kitchen events are events which take place in round 2, where random assortments of mischief happens at the roll of a dice. So, let's find out what our kitchen chaos is. All right, here we go. Number 4. There's a hair in my food. As you examine the cauldron in front of each of your teams, you notice that there is a hair indeed. It seems to be a large eye stalk with an eye in it. It is a beholder's hair, and it blasts you with a single ray. You guys can opt, because this is round 1, and by the way, in the in-between intermission, you guys are all restored to full health, and you all have your full abilities now. But I would like for each of you to nominate a potential target of this errant hare as a beholder blast hits you.
I can take it.
All right.
I'll take it.
So, Team 1. Roll me a d8, please, Hagathus.
A 6.
A 6. All right. With your glorious 6, you are struck with a telekinetic ray. I need a strength saving throw.
Why?
Oh, no.
I've got a beast of a 9.
Oh, beautiful. Well, you are telekinetically gripped by the eye stalk and kind of tossed around the kitchen, back and forth, up and down. As yes, Agatha is just flung about the place, and yes, you are considered to be restrained for the first round of the competition in round 2. Number 2, Jamie Oliver.
The eye stalk hits Jamie Oliver in the guts.
All right, roll me a d8, please.
Me or
it hits Jamie Olivia in the guts.
Oh, so I'm the one rolling it. Okay, I understand. Yeah. 8.
8. All right. That is a petrification ray. I need a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad I did this.
Yeah, me too.
29.
29. You definitely dodge out of the way, and you notice that a patch of your floor is now turned into stone. Wait, it's already stone. It looks the same.
It's
Nice.
even
What a good
stonier
day.
stone.
All right, and finally, Team 3. Chef Cliff and Terras, who is taking this.
To clarify, did we get healed?
Yes, full health, full hit points, full abilities.
Okay.
Yep. Long rest, but in a short period of time.
I will take it.
All right, very well. Terras, please roll me a d8.
A 1.
A 1. All right. Roll me a wisdom saving throw, please, as a pink beam shoots you in the eyes.
Ooh, dirty 20.
Oh, very nice. You avoid the charm ray, which the effect would have been that you would not been able to use your pot for a while because it's your friend. You don't want to use your pot for things. All right.
Okay.
All right, that was the first of our chaos events. Thank you to, of course, our lovely audience. Now, because there are 3 more, I'm going to make this interesting. The people who did not roll their saving throws, you can roll a d20 for the random chaos events, starting with Quincy.
18.
With an 18. The clock is ticking. Quincy, your team is hasted for round 1.
Yes.
However, of course, Hagathus is also restrained.
You just go faster.
Yeah, just vibrate. All right. Team 2.
We got a 12.
Jamie.
Jamie got a 12.
A 12. Yeah. You've lost the ingredients. Your shelving space is kind of mixed up. I need you to make me an investigation check, please.
Okay, this is good. I'm good at investigation. All right. That is a 27.
With a 27, you find that there is a tiny gremlin running around in your food. Wherever you put something down, they pick it up and they move it somewhere else. What are you looking at, Bob?
I hate that level of overcooked.
Do you
bloody
want to try
rats keep moving away with your shit.
Do you want to try and swat him, get rid of him? How do you want to...
Well, I will open up my mouth. I will surreptitiously cast Dragon Breath on myself, and then because I'm a Dragonborn, as we all know, I will use my Dragon Breath ability, as all Dragonborns have, to breathe a bolt of fire at this thing.
Right. As it does so, you just hear this, and this tiny roasted gremlin is now there. As the gremlins themselves are not very tasty, they're kind of chewy, if anything. Very, very tough and not much bone. All right, Team 3. What'd you get, Cliff?
You muted, Jed.
You're muted.
You're muted. Silence
2.
Wizard. What'd you get?
2.
2. Unexpected flambe. Your ingredients are on fire.
Oh,
oops, sorry.
Okay.
As you
All of them?
Yeah. As you put down your bottled dragon fire, unfortunately, it the bottle itself is still quite warm and catches alight. Your ingredients are currently on fire, and this.
Well, that's not good.
These are our kitchen events. Do you guys? Okay, so that's the round 1 stuff. Coolios.
I mean, to be fair, I got the chance to combat my gremlin. Did they get a chance to put out their ingredients?
They will get a chance to put out their ingredients. Your gremlin is for flavor killed.
We might have to change our entire menu.
We might have to
so-
change the entire menu.
Oh, you still have
Thanks for
everything's
that.
like
Oh, no, you
char-grilled
still
this
have
and char-grilled
still
that.
have the bottled flame.
No, that's not why.
Oh. Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, I'll leave that there.
It was all gonna be like sushi and raw, and now it's like
Raw
very
stuff.
cooked food. Yeah.
All right. So this is going to be taking turns. The whole team is going to act on the same initiative, starting with, you know what? Just fair is fair. Let's start with Cliff and Terra first.
No, we need time.
You want time? We can give you time.
We
We
need
can
to.
give you time.
You changed our menu.
Oh, sorry.
Unless you're allowing us to put out the flames, we need time to
Yeah,
work
you can
out
put
what
out
we're
the
doing
flames.
now.
We were very good. We had everything planned. We're like, let's go. And then it's like, nope.
Yeah, you can
Last
put out
minute,
the
everything's
flames.
on fire.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a sec.
Well,
I mean,
Sage, and then maybe you can help me out a little bit.
oh, you know what? I tried to do something nice. You know what? Fine. All right, I keep saying this wrong. Pectin and Hagathis, it is your go. What is?
Okay, so as Hagathis is doing this in very much restraint, would I be able to can I use a hero point? Like if I could approach the bench, use a hero point. Could I as I don't know what this would cost me. If it cost, I do have 2 hero points though too, and I'd be willing to trade those 2 to basically kind of like as I'm like running around trying to frantically do something, Pectin kind of like whaps the eye ray of the beholder and kind of like drops Hagathis, so Hagathis can also contribute to this round.
Sure, I'm happy to take the 1 hero point for that. As you grab the eye ray, you.
And then we're so hasted. I would like to go ahead. First thing I would like to do is take the tail that we have, and I want to carve the meat away cleanly as much from the bone. I want the bones right now.
All right, very well. Now to mix. Now there are a number of ways you can do this. So what are you going to be doing? Are you going to be working with the bone raw, or are you going to be boiling the bone, removing the meat, and then pulling it out?
I would like to work with the bone raw. I want to powder it. So
All right.
I just need to kind of cut the most of the meat away off the bone.
All right, very well. We're going to be making a culinary check. This culinary check is using your proficiency, and for the purposes of this particular check, which will require your dexterity, your proficiency plus your dexterity as you pull out your chef's tools and begin. Meanwhile, Hagathis, you feel the energies dropping you from around as you land on the ground.
It's just like grumpy old lady grumbling. And then a moment in the stillness before suddenly her cloak starts to bellow and this dramatic wind from nowhere begins as you start to see a varying array of instruments around her belt, and a knife slowly draws itself out, almost as if it's being controlled by something. She goes forward and she's going to attempt to. Is there like a block of ice around? Using one of the chilling runes.
Yep,
if I may.
absolutely. You grab a bottle of water and you pour it onto the chilling rune. Immediately, it creates a block of ice that you can work with.
So this knife is going to start chiseling away at this block of ice to create almost like a inverted vase, so like a volcano type shape.
All right, beautiful. We're going to be making a culinary check here with our charisma as you are artistically creating a volcano sculpture.
For a dirty 20.
All right, that's the dirty 20. The sculpture comes out rather marvelously as you begin to shave more and more off the top here. Pectin, how did we go with our deboning?
24, 14 plus 10.
All right. The two of you work marvelously together, and with your hasted, you guys get another action.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, hell yeah.
I would like to take the bones that have cleanly been cut away. The meat is to the side, and I want to quickly powder up the bones. I want to kind of pulverize it and get it boiling in some oil and sugar and water.
Beautiful. Now, this is a pretty standard set of fare. I'm going to get you to make me just a strength check to try and crush these dragon's bone. You've got this large mortar and pestle as you're sort of like hitting it harder and harder and harder before
I kind of
moving it
imagine
over
that.
to
I kind of imagine that the bones would be inside Pectin, and he just kind of like his body is like slamming against the board, and just kind of like
in a sack. Yep.
Yeah, his head is the sack, and he's just pummeling it. That is a 17 on strength.
All right, beautiful. The bones begin to break down and become quite a fine powder. Hagathis.
Seeing Hagathis' cooking partner essentially bashing parts of itself against a table in order to cook, she's going to cast Common Sense, and get a mortar and pestle out.
Oh.
And then gather a couple of some seeds and some other nuts, and it's going to start grinding that down into quite a still quite a prominent crumb texture.
All right, beautiful. Moving on to kitchen 2, Jamie and Olivia, or Jamie Olivia.
Jamie Olivia.
Jamie
All right.
Olivia.
What are we doing? Well, Jamie is currently got a huge chunk of the tail, with the skin and scales started to be filleted off, and the mechanical arms are just back and forth with the skin and scales and hide of this dragon tail, until eventually we've just got the meat and the bones of the tail. This thing is huge, enormous, bigger than Jamie Olivia, of course, as a whole person. It's bigger than us, me, and and I couldn't possibly cut it in the time that we've got. So what I do instead is I flip it, and it drops off of the counter surface. But before it hits the ground, I cast reverse gravity, and it starts to fall upwards. And as this huge tail meat is falling upwards, I cast Sword Burst right above it. And it's like all of the knives of the kitchen start to whoosh all together into this 5 foot cloud of blades around it. The dragon meat falls upwards with gravity reversed, slices and dices all the way through it, and it gets as high as it does until it's up with the lights of this studio. And then once it gets up there, I drop reverse gravity and cast sword burst again, and it all falls back down and gets even further thinly sliced and diced and hacked up into chunks, which I catch in a big old bowl. And I've got my sliced and diced up chunks of dragon tail meat and cute and small chunks of the bone as well, like slices of bone, obviously.
Beautiful. Now, in order to just find out how well you cut these up, let's get you to make me a culinary check using your casting stat, as you have used your spells to be able to do this.
Alrighty, here we go. So it's a roll of the dice plus my intelligence, being a wizard, and then plus culinary skills. Is it proficiency?
Yeah.
All right. What's proficiency at this level? 5. So that is unfortunately, that's not very good. That's only a 12.
Ooh, a 12. A lot of the pieces are a little uneven, and stuff like that. And while you've tried to remove most of the bone, there's still like a couple of pieces here and there, especially around what would be like the knuckle segment between the vertebrae. Those ones are still there, though some of them can be quite tasty. But like you just got to keep that in mind as you're cooking. For as you're doing stuff. But seeing as you're hasted as well, like permanently, what do you do with your other turn?
Okay, so while we are working on that, we also are splitting our time because we're multitaskers.
We're multitaskers. That's what makes Jamie Olivia such a world famous Dragonborn chef.
I am going to basically I don't have quite the finesse in terms of magical capabilities that I just used. So you can only cast one spell per turn, right? So
yeah, that's the other limitation.
I'm gonna grab some knives, and I am going to start doing that sort of hibachi style, like knife flipping and like shing 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 shing, moving everything around. And I'm going to gather up we grabbed like some fruit. It was like mangoes and like we got like bell peppers and like cilantro and some other stuff and whatever. And so Jamie Olivia is the royal are going to slice all of that up.
All right. Now, as you're doing this and you're reaching for a variety of different ingredients, you watch as a gremlin seems to be attached to one of the mangoes.
Little bastard.
You play, look at that. You wanna go? I'll have it, ya. I'll cut ya.
Is he attacking me or like what's happening?
He's threatening you.
He's threatening me.
Yeah, he's about. He's about the size of a house cat.
Can I
Jamie Olivia does need some chicken for this. Although he said gremlin meat isn't great.
I saw your dragon fight. There's plenty of chicken already in here.
So I guess can I try and attack the little gremlin thing?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna sort of flip one of the, like, as I'm doing all of the hibachi stuff and whatever, flip one of the knives around and like hit it on the on the back of the head, or like with the back of the blade. So can I just like roll to attack? Like, what do I use for that?
Yeah, just make your regular attack. That's.
I've got like a dagger.
Yeah.
So I could like.
Yeah, hit it with the dagger.
All right. Well, that's a natural 20.
Oh. All right.
So I also wanted to use. I have a Battlemaster like maneuver to do a menacing attack. So what I want to do is that, like, I'm sort of trying to do this in secret, right? Like, I'm like underneath the table, kind of, so no one sees like my arms, which is, I'm assuming, why I see this gremlin in the first place.
Yeah.
And I just want to open the front of the trench coat really quickly and go, and, use menacing attack. So it needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Mendarii, he died. What are you doing?
You net 20'd him.
Yeah, he had 4 hit points.
Well,
what do you want from me?
He
wanted a mango.
Yeah, and then he called us chicken. So Jamie Olivia don't stand for no shit. Jamie Olivia.
You can't make fun of me and expect to live. I don't know.
He just flashed this gremlin and just gave it a heart attack.
Did anyone else see the abdomen of Jamie Olivia just go rar and then the gremlin just die? Unique.
Jamie Olivia just flashed something under their table.
Don't question my process.
Yep. Very well. You get the produce that you require after expediently killing the gremlins that are trying to misplace your supplies. Very swiftly, you begin to make your way, moving through your preparation phase. Next up, we move to the kitchen of Cliff and Terra.
All right, you know what they say, out of the frying pan and into the fire. I'm just gonna do it. Go change this. Okay, sis, let's go. I put the pan down and I start preparing the meat. I'm gonna start preparing it while it's still on fire to add to the drama of what we're trying to do here. So I try to time it as well as I can. I twirl my 2 hatchets that I have and I begin to cut, preparing the meat. Best that I can, and I also, with my other 2 arms, start preparing some pastry for another dish as well.
All right. So to clarify, just because I'm pretty sure I heard you, but I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Your ingredients are on fire, and you're putting a frying pan onto your burning ingredients.
No. So sorry, I was just a slogan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep. I was just saying, out of the frying pan into the fire.
Right. Okay. Good.
I'm preparing the meat. I want to put the rest of it that needs to be put out, but the meat itself, I'm letting sear, and I want to start preparing it while it's still on fire, even if it does incur some sort of damage or whatnot.
Beautiful.
Sorry, Tara, go ahead. Oh, AJ, are you muted?
It is muted.
Yes.
Freaking silence wizard.
Sorry. I'm going to help put out the rest of the ingredients, and I'm immediately going to start distilling different parts of the ingredients into vials.
Interesting.
Including gelatizing the dragon eye, and I'm going to infuse the fire moat into cream.
Very nice. All right. So, putting out the fire is going to take a whole action or a whole section of stuff. I would say that you'd be able to do one or the other, but not both at the same time, unless you have a hero point, in which case I'd be happy to take it off your hands.
I think Terra has a hero point. I used my hero point.
That was for Terra. Yeah.
I think I used my hero point earlier.
Yes, to stave off a killing blow.
So
no, you're right.
question would be, with 6 arms, could at least 2 of these arms put out fire?
Yeah. Sure. I'll allow that.
If not,
yeah, I'll petition that. I'll say that you've managed to clear some of the fire, but not all of it.
Yeah. Okay.
But enough that it's it's dangerous, but not like, it's not going to burn your whole kitchen down yet. Now
I will then use a spell instead.
Ooh.
And I will believe I had this. I have control bonfire.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Sorry, control flame. Where is it? Where'd it go?
Specifically bonfires. If someone creates a bushfire, it's useless. But roast marshmallows, always perfect.
No, that's create bonfire. 2 seconds. There was one where I could control flame.
You made the fires worse. Worse or better?
I'm going to try and control the moat of flame so that I can pull it back towards me and unflame our food.
Very well. So, for this, I'm going to require the following. Cliff, as you are trying to prepare the meat while it is still burning, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw, please. And Terra, as you are trying to distill a variety of different things while controlling the flames back in, I'm going to need you to make me a intelligence-based culinary check. So your intelligence plus your proficiency. All right.
That's a natural 1, but I'm going to use my Indomitable to reroll that.
All right, make it so.
That's going to be a 21.
A 21. Very well. You will take a minimal amount of damage, only 14 fire damage, as you are dealing with the meat. However, you have red dragon meat, and you very quickly learn that red dragon meat is quite resistant to normal flames.
So it needs to be like superheated.
Correct.
Yeah, very interesting.
So yes, you are handling your gear there. Now let's turn over to the judges. Judges, I'm going to invite one of you now to go and enter into the kitchen number 1, and there you are going to try your best to ascertain what they're going to be making for their dishes based on what they're doing. So for the first challenge, Chef Swidundi, would you accompany me to kitchen 1?
Oh yeah, they're going to the chef to kitchen 1, yeah.
All right. Pectin and Hagathis, the scene is yours. What are you making?
You still see Pectin still pounding the bones to a pulp with his, like, the bones in his body.
And shaking with every wind up.
Good, hi. Hello, judges. How are we doing? And he just kind of drops out all the dust of the bones, and it just kind of like piles up onto the in the pot. And so you just kind of like unnervingly just see that all this bone powder gets into just like it secretes in a way from pectin into the boiling pot of water. How are we doing?
I think what my partner is trying to say is we're making progress.
We're doing great. And then kind of slithers over to the vegetables and starts chopping them.
and like moving sort of around Pectin and the judge, Hagathis is also going to try and to continue to pour a bunch of rice into a pot and start getting that working.
All right, beautiful. Chef Swidundi, feel free to ask any questions of our competitors as they're going on.
When I got the splitting of the man and putting that in the pot, and you're going to add the rice to it now, what is it that you're trying to accomplish for the most part?
Pectin, for some reason, just gets really excited after Chef Swidundi like asks their question and goes,
Is he now drilling the pumpkin?
You did well with the rest and the flopping and the burping, but the salt and the flavoring is a little bit everything. We and the judges will have to think closely about this.
I can't deal with this. 1 day point psychic damage.
Very good. Continue on. Yep.
All right. Jamie and Olivia. Thank you, Chef Swidundi. Sage, will you accompany me to kitchen 2, please?
Absolutely. You see this little like 2 foot tall Axolotl just like climb down the chair of the judge's table and go flip on their way over to the second kitchen.
What's going on right now, everyone? Or I guess just one, huh?
I look really closely at like the crotch.
There's just one of us. Yes, there's just one of us here. His hand comes down, his mechanical hands, and just like.
Can I make a stealth check to like hide before you come over here?
Post perception check.
All right. Sage, you have a. You know what? You've got Sage's stats. Yeah, you can just make a perception check.
I do. It's not good. That's a 6.
I rolled a 24 on
really intensely.
The commentator is awkward.
This is interesting. I'm not going to judge your judging style, of course.
As Sage sort of like walks around to one side, I'm like turning my head towards the other one and like.
Yeah, Jamie's like they are trying to speak to you, but their bottom half is moving away, and I'm like, yeah. So what we're doing over here is I'm just wait.
So we're just using a very good intimidation tactic.
So what we're doing here, we're working on wilting some vegetables for the main here, and I'm just preparing all of my veggies. As you walked over, I've got a bunch of vegetables out, particularly greens, that would, the ones the type that you do wilt. And then I will step away, or at least I won't, and I'll say, so if you just wouldn't mind stepping back, if you wouldn't, we both need to, we all need to step back. We need to.
Oh.
And then Jamie starts to walk backwards. Right, here we go. A little further. Here we go. And then I will cast Abi Dalzim's Horrid Wilting at 8th level on my vegetables. Because if there was one way to wilt a vegetable, it's with an 8th level spell. Draw the moisture out of every creature in a 30-foot cube, which is why I asked you to step back.
As the water begins to leave and just sort of get pulled out from here.
Waste not, want not. I'm drawing the moisture out and putting it in a pot to use for boiling something later.
Oh, very nice.
That will be like flavor accenting.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
good for broth.
Stock. Yes.
Ah.
Beautiful. All right. Well
so,
done.
will you be incorporating any of the gremlins that I saw die at your table?
Yes. I don't think I didn't want to point that out to the producers of this television show, but if you want to bring it up, yes, I don't think the standard of this kitchen is quite up to scratch.
You look over and there's a gremlin holding onto a dead gremlin, going,
Daddy, why?
Cut to commercial. Cut to commercial.
I use Mage Hand and I start to throttle the other gremlin.
I'm going towards the light.
Go there faster, and then I'll pick it up and bash its head against the underside of the desk.
Okay, I've seen enough. Good job. Bye.
All right.
Wait.
All right.
While I was wilting, though, the other half of me was doing something, or do you come back to us for the other half of me?
Oh yeah, no. Well, I mean, what is the other half of you doing?
So since we have stepped away from the table, there is an invisible mage hand that's sort of floated out to continue progressing on the things that are happening. So there's actually some rice that's getting poured into the water that was pulled out of the greens, and that's getting like once that's boiled, it's getting put on to cook there. And then it's just kind of like flitting around and like moving things to where they need to be for when we get back to the table.
We need to. You were gonna do the other thing for the truffles, right?
Oh yes, I was also going to do that. Yeah. So with that's my bonus action. My mage hand goes and does that, and underneath the trench coat, I am actually casting grease. And I'm going to I'm going to use the truffles actually as the spell component for that spell. And I'm going to make like a really beautiful truffle oil.
Perfect. I love it. That's great. You make several
want to
bottles of it.
Do we want
Nice.
to do the other thing while we were here as well? The thing that we got allowed to do. That one of the judges came in and told us.
Oh,
we could
yes!
You can do that.
we do now.
To clarify, you can do that at any point.
At any point. Okay, we'll wait for a better time.
We'll wait. It's fine.
Something will come up. Yeah.
La la la.
By the way, these are feral gremlins, in case anyone asked.
I didn't realize that ferals could talk.
And
mourn the dead.
So in kitchen 3,
the cameras are quickly showing.
All right. Judge Gothi, will you accompany me to go and see what out-of-the-world cuisine Cliff and Tara are currently concocting?
Alright, sure.
All right.
I like to think I hope that like when when this TV show is over, the next thing that airs is a news broadcast that says that like your announcer has been arrested for some charges.
Several crimes against gremlins. It's like this tiny little gremlin cop car pulls out the front. Woo! Yeah, that was him.
Today, I will be your anchor.
They do that thing where they have him blacked out and they voice pitch him where he's like, "Stop, kill my daddy."
He killed my daddy. Oh my god.
Trying to push him into a giant, like, tiny police car. Come on, sir.
It's like, I can't fit.
Anyway.
All right. Cliff, Tara, what's happening in your kitchen?
All right, so I'm just go ahead.
I've left Cliff to deal with the flank steak, and Tara has taken the tail meat and is slicing them very finely, like sashimi, sort of a carpaccio situation, and distilling that foamed dragon moat cream into that dish, having it be both spicy and a little bit sweet from the cream.
Wonderful.
Yes.
All right. Well, Gothi will approach the table then and look over at what you're making and say, "This is a very innovative combination."
Thank you.
So, are you expecting for the flavor to be spicy or on the mild side?
It's sort of a little bit of a combination of both. I specialize myself in distilling different types of ingredients into small amounts of flavors and combining them together. So the spice from the fire and the heat will mix with the creaminess of this foam here. And it should blend together quite nicely on the tongue, like a little kick to your palate before the main course, let's say.
Interesting. And are you hoping to pair this with any sort of veggie dishes? I'm seeing a lot of meat on the table.
Yes. Well, the entree is just to kickstart. But my brother here is working on something quite interesting for the main course.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
You know,
with every action. If every action, he's just like bam.
Look, I'm not overly critical, right? But it's really funny because I know who the inspiration for Cliff is, but every time Dredd does it, I always think of Bam Bam from the Flintstones.
Yeah, that's fine. Go for both.
Nice. All right. What is Cliff doing?
Hearing that from the next table over, Gothi is just like, sorry, he's doing what to the meat?
Bam Bam.
Yeah. So what you see is you see Cliff currently takes out a wok and he turns to one of the cameras or the arcane apparatuses and goes, "This is from Kindred's Kitchen Utensils. This is a very special one right here. It's a Nova wok. It heats up in extreme heats, made from the very finest solar dragons that you can find in wild space. And we're just gonna chuck this piece of meat eating right here, bam, and we're gonna put some spices on there, bam, and we're just gonna let that sit as we start preparing this pastry over here." And he starts rolling this over, and his other arms reach over. I'm gonna cut up some veggies as well because you always need some sort of side dish. These knives, also Kindred's kitchen utensils. He's cutting that up as well and starts like getting it all ready. And it's a myriad of like motion. You can see him like focusing on multiple things at once. Then he sees the meat. Oh, you don't want to get too cooked. He flips it over and puts in another meat thermometer as well. Kindred's Kitchen Utensils, really hamming up the sponsorship here, the partnership. So yeah, that's what you see with him.
Gothi turns to the camera that followed her into the kitchen and looks directly at it and says, "He knows that one's not on, right? That isn't the camera that we're using, right?"
You see the camera just sort of shake back and forth.
Okay, you know what? That's fine.
I love it.
All right.
So good.
All right. This brings us to the final of the challenge rounds for round 2. Tara, your fermentations and your distilleries that have happened are a roaring success. You see that there's almost a vibrant illumination that seems to come from your various concoctions as they are now ready and perfectly attuned. Thankfully, however, even though your ingredients, some of your ingredients, not all, but some, are still quite alight, they've provided an ample temperature for the distillation process, creating a strange humidity that is now engulfing your kitchen. That being said, your fire is also spreading.
Oh, did we not put that out?
You put out some of it.
Oh, okay. No worries.
This is fine. This is just
I'll
our
leave
life
it.
now.
Yeah.
When is it out? Is it out now? Like, was it
No,
an
no,
action that we're meant to do
it's
then?
burning.
Do we have actions then? Or is that just like...
Oh, you've got actions
We're just gonna
now.
leave half our kitchen on fire. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can
It adds to the
see
drama.
that there are some of the backstage ninjas with fire extinguishers, like not wanting to get in your way,
mhm.
and they're just like, "Oh no, he's just okay." It's like, bam! Oh, okay, no, it's fine. And then yeah, they're just on the wings, you know. They won't let you burn down.
Amazing.
All right.
I will.
Yeah.
I will. I can cause flames to dim with thaumaturgy. Can I occasionally just let one out to like dim them?
Sure. The you watch as the roaring flames becomes your ingredients smoldering.
Perfect.
Very well. Like it's like a gas stove, like you're just turning it down a little bit.
Yeah, just occasionally I just like flick my hand over.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the big twist is we're serving you the kitchen.
Yeah.
The whole
Alright.
kitchen. That was our meals.
So seeing that the fire is still sort of ablaze, I'm just gonna take a moment to put out the fire. Give me a moment. Get over here, ninjas! Come on, please.
Oh, the ninjas will come out and be like, oh, okay.
I will.
But he's
I
using
will
whipped
also
cream.
use the. I will also use the thaumaturgy to keep the like.
Yeah.
All of that away from the ingredients of the food, so we're not getting like extinguisher fluid on any of our stuff.
Very well. You do your best to protect your food. Now, back into the kitchens. We now have a group chaos event. Let's see. Let's have our judges roll for our tables, and you will roll a d20 for the table that you had visited. So, with table 1, Chef Svidundi.
On the road to the big dish, and then we got the big one here, so we got the 35 millimeter, and we're gonna go ahead and roll just like this. Only came out with a 15.
A 70.
13.
13.
15.
15.
Making out different numbers.
You know what? You get a natural 20. All right. Group 1. As you do so, you notice that that your napkin settings has something folded in amongst them. It is a single card. Quincy, as you are on this table, would you be so kind as to draw a card from the deck of many things?
Oh no.
no.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not looking. What is it? Ooh, this one is it's the vizier.
The Vizier, eh? Alright, the Vizier. Within 1 year of drawing this card, you can ask a question in a state of meditation and receive an enlightening answer within your mind. Along with specific knowledges, you gain the wisdom to apply that knowledge to solve any dilemma or crisis within your life.
That's actually a pretty incredible card to
Yes,
draw for
it
this
is.
series.
Yeah, wow.
Which who got that?
Pectin and Hagathis now have this ability.
Ask a question, get an answer.
Yeah.
Are you really the vizier?
Oh wow, we got the Vizier, yeah. All right. In kitchen number 2, Sage, would you be so kind as to roll us our chaos event?
Whoopee. A 5.
A 5. It's a mimic.
Good.
The kitchen knife that Jamie you are holding suddenly becomes a mimic and is starting to eat your food.
No.
All right. And last but not least, Gothi, if you could roll for table 3, please.
All right. I got a 7.
A 7. Oh no. Unfortunately,
number 7.
this one is going to be affecting all of our competitors, as it is the blind taste test. For this round, you will be plunged into darkness. But don't worry, audience members, we have come prepared for just such an occasion. As you'll see underneath your chairs, there is night vision goggles.
Dude.
So you can see all the action and not miss a single beat. All right. So, group number 1, you guys can continue reasonably unabated with only the card being your well, I mean, it's not even slowing you down. It's like you get a cool card. All right. What are you guys doing in your kitchen for this, the final round of round 2?
Okay, so what kind of darkness is this?
Instant.
So is it like can I see in dark vision? I have dark vision. Does that help?
If you have dark vision, it will. You know what? I feel like 90% of things have dark vision, so I'm gonna say that dark vision will not work here.
So it's magical darkness. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, if you do cast a spell that can counteract deeper darkness, or what is the equivalent of, let's just say like a 7th-8th level spell, you can do so. Like if you had
Double sight.
Daylight or something.
I'm a Jello Boy monk. I got nothing like that. All right.
You gotta feel your way around the kitchen.
Yep. I'm kind of like puddling out, and I was busy cutting up ingredients for some for our entree here, and so I'll continue slicing up and julienning the vegetables.
All right. Please make me a culinary dexterity check, please, as you're continuing to cut.
That's only a 12.
You cut off one of your hands.
I'm a jelly.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh.
Add it to the pile.
it's seasoning. All right, Hagathis, what about yourself?
Hagathis is really getting a move on. I've got Devil Sight, so magical darkness, not really
That
an
will
issue.
work. Yep, Devil Sight
Thank you
will
so
penetrate
much.
this.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It will see through it. So, Hagathis is taking part of the meat from the tail, which has been stripped off, and it's rolling it around in this sort of crushed seed composition, and then is going to sear the exterior of this meat on both the entire roll and then the ends, and then after that is going to slice it very fine, just to have a beautiful seared edge around a nice red marbled piece of dragon tail.
Well, he's gonna try.
Oh yeah.
So we are gonna use our super seer special thing that we got from the judges at this point in time.
Oh.
The admins, I should say, not the judges.
Yeah, sorry, the admins. Right. The showrunners. I am going to cast. Well, okay, so I don't exactly know how this works, but I would like to sabotage their team.
We have a sabotage point.
Yep,
Okay.
which means
What?
Yeah, which means you can do anything within your character's powers to sabotage what they're doing.
Oh
This-
yes,
Okay.
we have powers.
Yeah, this
we
does.
both,
this does
we both
also
prepared
include-
the same spell with the intention of using it to
With the intention
sabotage.
of using it the exact same way. So,
Because we're the same person.
It's fine. What were you saying, Doug?
Oh, I was saying yes. Go ahead. Please sabotage them. Tell me.
Oh, okay. So I also, as a rogue, of this level, I do have a blind sense. So even if someone's like hidden or invisible, as long as I'm able to hear, I'm aware of where they are within 10 feet of me. Just so you know.
Sure. I mean, despite the
so-
distances on screen here, they're actually quite close. So I'd say that you just sort of lean over and you can tell where they are.
Well, especially if there's like in the darkness, I might like just kind of scatter a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But I would like to cast Enemies Abound on Hagathis.
Wait, sorry, what was the spell?
What is it?
enemies abound. So basically, and my intention behind this, if I may, is that I would like to basically create strife between Hagathis and Pectin. So I would like them to basically start bickering at the table.
Both of them, yeah. The spell makes you forget allies from foes, and so you see everybody as an enemy. And and I think you got your vizier card, and you're starting to bicker about how you should use it, and then you see how Pectin's doing things, and you see how Haggis is doing things, and you're like, no, I wouldn't do things that way. You're gonna ruin us.
All right.
Yeah, and so there's some tension building in the kitchen.
Is there a save on this?
There is a save, and it's a single target creature, so I'm just targeting Hagathis to fight with.
So
can I sense this happening?
Well, okay. Well, here's how this is going to happen. First of all, you're going to make the saving throw. Secondly, if you choose to bicker, that will take up your action for this turn, which will obviously count as a failure for both party members for this series of challenges. So, Hagathis, wisdom save.
However, seeing all of this, feeling a trouble in her waters.
It's actually not a wisdom save; it's an intelligence save.
Intelligence.
Well, I'm pretty dumb, so. So unfortunately, they're knowing that trouble's afoot, and something in the darkness is kicking in. A sort of a small spiral in our cloak is going to start to twist, and this counterspell bubble is going to emerge from the back of her.
Oh. Very nice.
Can I question to you?
Yes.
So I do have the spell counterspell.
You can counterspell a counterspell.
No. Okay.
It wouldn't have mattered because I also both have enemies abound and counterspell because Mendarii and I are the same person. And so
Can I use a hero point?
Without having coordinated in any way, most of our spells are the same spells. We were just talking about it before.
Amazing.
Pectin could use a hero point to try and concentrate while Hagathis is bickering with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Hagathis, I need an intelligence save.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, no, it's a 4.
That does not save. Oddly enough.
Listen, you used to make the best, right? Like ambrosia jelly in the world, and then this guy comes along. I don't know who he thinks he is.
I am jelly.
Yeah, I don't know who he thinks he is, right? What does he
Well,
know
that's
about
exact response. I'm like, I used to make jelly. It's like, well, I am jelly. And like, oh, well, you think you're jelly? Do you think you know jelly? Do you think you know what a colloid really is? Do you know anything?
My uncle was a colloid.
What? As if you lived it like 1,000 lives as jelly?
Well, maybe 2, maybe 1.
I don't think you're ready for this, jelly.
But yeah, amidst all this glitz and glamour, Hagatha's getting upset that it's so like away from the tradition of what she feels is cooking, and that how it's supposed to be like a beautiful personal experience and something to share. And this is just like a weird, just a strange cacophony celebration of nonsensical, farcical pieces. And this is really getting to her.
Oh, okay. I think Pectin's gonna probably get really kind of very confused about all this. But are you okay? Oh,
she is rambling like so much in a way that it'd be so hard to roleplay that I might have to pass.
Oh, sure, sure. Okay, so Pectin.
I believe in you, Thomas. You are a very talented improvisational actor. Okay.
I remember when I asked you to send me something for like Dread's fundraiser thing, and I ended up with like 3 videos or something like.
Like one of them was the story of Batman.
It was basically Batman. Yeah.
Yeah. Just ramble up for
It's a whole thing. All right, Pectin. Can I get you to make me another roll using your dexterity culinary skill, as you are trying to focus and concentrate and using your hero point to push through the ramblings of this old bat?
28.
28? Wow. Yeah. No.
18 plus 10.
You know what? You actually spawn like 2 more like slimy limb appendages that cut these things, and you can argue with them at the same time. So you just hold on. And then you just start yelling. It's just like there's like another torso almost creates just for the argument.
Pen just has like a mouth on it to argue while you're just like focusing.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right. Table 2. With a cheeky look on your face. I completely forgot what happened to you guys. You had
we got a mimic.
You got a mimic, right? That's right.
So I'm gonna deal with that mimic. I am going to basically my intention. So my intention is to use reverse psychology on this mimic to make it take the form of an apple, and that's my intention going into this. I say, "Oh, I see. You're trying to sneak some food, are you? As a knife. It's the easiest of items to take the form of. I bet you couldn't do something complex like an organism made of carbon, like a piece of food or a fruit or something. You wouldn't be able to do the complexities of, say, a thin apple skin, and then the flesh, and then the core, you wouldn't be able to do that, would you? Because you're pathetic. And I'm going to try and deceive this thing into taking the form of an apple.
Didn't really need
so
that.
mean to this
Negging
feral
this mimic.
How could you do it to it?
Yeah.
Can I roll a deception check for that?
Yeah, go on.
It's a feral mimic, right?
It is.
All right. That is a 14, but I'm going to, as a reaction, cast Gift of the Gab. I feel like I didn't do a good job of that, so I'm going to reverse time for a few seconds and then try it again.
All right.
I'm going to do a better job of deception. That is technically better by 1. So that is going to be a 15 total.
Cool. Roll me a percentage.
Percentage, here we go. That was a 10 total.
A 10 total. Okay, that's not good. So, it's a feral mimic. It doesn't understand a single word you just said. It decides that it wants to hurt you in a way that's appropriate, and also wants to potentially hide. And it knows fruits, so it decides to use the most painful fruit it knows and transforms into a durian. And so your knife in your hand becomes a durian. And there's just this of this very creamy, milky, kind of gym sock smell. It just lingers everywhere.
The milky did it. That's all you didn't say is milky.
Well, have you ever eaten durian? They've got like that kind of. Yeah, look, my family's Malaysian, so
Durian, hungry like you.
Durian.
All right.
Durian.
Hey, it's good.
That's gonna be very interesting with their dish. Yeah.
There is a strong permeation to it. All right. What this is going to do is your flavor profile for smell has been greatly compromised. You can choose to use what you have, or you can choose to continue what you're doing. It's up to you. But that is the situation you find yourself in.
Excellent.
Is that across all of our dishes, or just like one dish, or like what's the situation with that?
I would say one dish. I'd say any dish that's made on your prep table from now on.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
Because that's kind of where you're doing your chopping and stuff like that. All right. So what are you doing this round?
Was that not my action, or was
that was just the event?
How I
dealt
with the event. Okay, cool. We need to do the plasma, and we need to do the burning things, right?
Yes, and then I'm gonna do the dessert stuff.
Should we do the burny stuff now, or should we?
How many more rounds do we have? Is this the last one?
This is the last one.
Okay.
Right. We should do the burny stuff.
You do do you do the burning stuff? I'll do the other stuff.
All right, I will use my big boy fire spell. I will use what's it called again? Investiture of Flame. This dragon breath comes out and starts to burn the boil the pot that the rice was in and everything that we were trying to boil. There's also some dragon hide in that pot that's going to boil down as well. At the same time, we are casting Control Flames. Jamie Olivia, is casting Control Flames, taking some of that investiture of flame over to where the bones were that I'd salvaged from the dicey chop before. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that the lightning dragon bones have like a metallic quality to them before.
Yep.
So we're going to put extreme fire onto that metallic bone to try and loosen up the bone itself, almost melt it and make it more malleable. fuel, while also liquefying the bone marrow inside, which we have intentions for.
Nice.
That's what
now,
we're doing.
Now, the heat will require very specific types of heating to make sure that it's evenly spread and doesn't overcook or burn that really, really delicate marrow flesh. So we're going to get you to use your culinary check with your casting stat as the additive.
Here we go. Oh my god, everything is less than bloody 5 on the dice today. Thankfully, I've got a +9, so it takes it to a 13.
A 13 is just under what you needed.
I don't think I've got a hero point left, do I?
All right. You do.
I do. Can I give my hero point?
No.
Damn it.
But you do manage to create. You do manage to get the dish to work, but it is just ever so slightly undercharred. So there's still kind of that very, very thin metallic-y twin that's there. Almost like if you eat a curry with a metal spoon. So it's not noticeable for the. You know, if you know,
okay.
it's good. It's you know, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get you.
All right, Jamie, seeing as you have like haste, what does the hasted part of you decide to do now?
Yeah. So we are going to kind of gather up some of the remnants of like I chopped up a bunch of like fruit and veg and all that kind of stuff at one point in time, and so part of that is going to go into like my mage hand is gonna place some of that into there's like apples and stuff that gets actually put into the metal bone, and that is doing its whole thing, and then we are going to now put some of the cinnamon and the clove in the water with the hide and marrow that ended up going all in there together, and we're going to use I think what I want to do is I want to use shape water because I want to bring it to a like frozen point almost, to and or also potentially use this with like frostbite, like depending on DM discretion, but basically I'm trying to cool down this entire thing to kind of make it more solid.
All right, so there's a lot of stuff going on. I'll allow it. However, it is also pitch dark, and your ability allows you to see the living and things that are breathing and making noise. Your ingredients are not doing any of these things. So we're going to, at disadvantage, make a wisdom-based culinary check. These wisdom-based is your ability to interpret what ingredients you are using.
The night, the darkness is magical, is it? Because
it is magical. Yeah,
I did make the big old flame before.
Yeah, it is magical.
Is there any way that I could maybe use my hero point to not have disadvantage?
Very well. You feel something brush past your leg. You kick it. It screams, and as it does so, you can see that there was a tiny gremlin assassin with a knife coming for you.
Okay.
He has the splinter cell, like, you know, the 3 goggle night vision things. You just yank it off his head and you put it on, and you can see in your night vision.
Incredible! I love that for me.
He was a member of SEAL Team Squicks.
I was gonna say, do they hear the gremlin be like, "For my father"?
My name is Grinkolo Minkoya.
My name is
you killed my father.
Oh my god. Okay. So I'm making a wisdom-based. Did you say like cooking tools check or what?
Wisdom-based culinary check. So add your proficiency to your wisdom check. And yes, I would like to remind everyone that these gremlins are feral.
Feral, but capable of creating complex night vision goggles and
talking,
organizing into assassination teams.
Now somehow edible.
It's rather than just allow us to kill a regular gremlin, he's now undermined what it means to be feral. So that now everything is
feral.
What does it mean? It's all suggestive.
Everything's thrown into question about what we're eating.
That is going to be a 13 from me.
13? A 13 is, again, like Rob, just underneath what you needed. You needed a 14.
I have a fucking negative mod to my wisdom mod. It couldn't have been literally anything else.
All right. So, unfortunately, Team 2, you do not manage to jump ahead on that round. Lastly, Team 3. What did I give you guys? That was the blindness. That was the darkness that hit out. So
yeah, we're still.
You guys have it.
Yeah, so we're still like completely blind, right?
We're completely blind, and we also have half our kitchen still kind of some. Oh no, we got it put out.
No, we got it put out.
Yeah, you got to put out.
Okay.
So there's no fire, but you're blind.
So
I
now
bet you're
that I
wishing
have
on that fire a little bit now, huh? For some light.
Yeah, definitely.
So I finished. I've done the distilling stuff, and I have the eyeball jelly. So I'm gonna start on the dessert, and I'm gonna get the blood that the sprites gathered, the good stuff that was like bright red. I forgot what you was that the heart blood or was that
Heart
something
blood.
else? It was
heart blood.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take that and
It does have a fancy
mix it
name.
with the
It's called
Does
Vitra
it?
Draconis.
Vitra Draconis.
Draconis, exactly.
Love it.
I take the Vitra Draconis. I am going to bring it to a boil with some berries and the eye gelatin and start making a filling for a pie.
Very nice. All right, as you are making the filling for the pie, I need a wisdom-based culinary check. Again, for the senses, with disadvantage because you are in the dark.
Oh,
I like to think Gothi didn't make it back. She's just still standing in the darkness. She didn't get back in time. And I was just like, damn.
So I rolled a
Marco!
10, but my wisdom is +8. So 18.
Hello.
All right. You begin to make up the pie mix. For the most part, it seems to be that you've got all the ingredients that you need because you were very precise at where you put everything. I need you to roll me a percentage, please.
Okay.
And then Cliff, I need to know what you're up to.
All right, so I'll wait for this result. Or do you want me to go now?
Just while things are rolling, like describe what
Okay,
you're doing.
cool. All right, Cliff, you've been training for this all your life. Okay, so
49.
49? 49 is perfect. You do not miss a ingredient. It all goes in as you expect, and thankfully you are able to mix it. The ratios might not be perfect, but you don't have anything foreign or unusual inside. All right,
Okay.
Cliff.
all right, I'm gonna start preparing the meat to be put inside of the pastry that I was preparing for a Wellington, and as I do so, I'm preparing the vegetables as well to be put around it, and I've carved each one into a certain shape or size, which we'll talk about when we get into the presentation part. But I was hoping to use my chef feet to add those adornments around the side if possible.
Not a problem. Your chef feat will negate the disadvantage you would get. Please make me a dexterity-based culinary check as
Love
you are
it.
using it to carve and shape.
Okay. That's a +4. That's going to be a 18.
Beautiful. That is a success. All right.
Sick.
With the following successes, this brings us to the end of round 2 and into our presentation. So, as we leave our lovely players to prepare for their presentation, we will now go and catch up with the judges and see if we can find Gothi anywhere.
Marco!
Birdie!
Hello. Not you.
Marco!
There's you. Okay.
All right. Judges. Judges?
I'm not even there.
Gothi. Gothi!
What?
Oh, there she is. Okay. Okay, good.
Follow my voice. Oh, there you are.
Birdie, over
here. Let me just. All right. Where's my chair? There it is. Okay. Thank you.
All right, we can probably turn the lights on. So can we get the house lights? The lights immediately turn back on. All right. Well, this is it. The final round. Are you hungry?
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm super excited.
Oh, likewise. Chef Swidundi, is your appetite is the famous Swidundi appetite something to be reckoned with? Are you prepared?
Of course, again, I gotta go to the IKEA. And then you got the little things in a belly. And I gotta do for 2 to 3.
Wonderful. And Gothi, I mean, we see a wide variety of different ingredients here. Do you reckon that any of them will compare to the cuisines of the Bellowing Wilds?
Well, most of the cuisine in the Bellowing Wilds is just... It's either
Wild.
toxic or you're only eating it because it was going to eat you first. So I'm hoping for maybe something a little bit more sophisticated. But to be honest, from what I've seen down there, I'm not expecting much.
Okay, all right. Harsh words from the probably a hopefully hard to please judge, because that's what we look for. We want our chefs to challenge themselves, because not every chef can become the dragon chef. Let's now turn to our first team, that of Hagathis and Pectin. Approach the judge's table and present your meal.
Oh boy. Okay.
Oh boy, yes.
So we go ahead and present our foods. Hello, judges. Hi. How are we? Hi. You're really cute. And points to Sage, with a big old hat. Yeah. So,
It's a taco jello.
Oh, you're really cute. And he's going to point to. Yeah.
So we'll place down all of our dishes. We have the starter, the main, a dessert, and we have a drink that goes with it all as well.
Beautiful.
So,
walk us through your is your drink an amuse-bouche, or is it a drink to be paired?
Just to be paired.
All right. Well, then let's start with your starter. Please describe your starter.
Okay, on a glistening bed of ice, this dragon tail meat has been sliced finely and seared on the exterior, allowing the marble to really sort of catch the light. And on top, in this bowl, which has been carved out of this volcanic shape, is like a soy vinaigrette, slightly infused with mushroom, to allow you to dip in and taste. It's also had some of the dragon scale itself filed very, very finely around the edge, as if to add a sensory experience with the numbness of the tongue. As a starter.
Beautifully plated.
And what do you call this dish?
I don't know. A starter?
I think the proper term was a dragon tataki.
Oh, of course. Yes, a dragon. Yes, Pectin's, that one said it.
Yeah. So there you go, judges. And then for after you move in from the starter, we'll go into the main, where we enjoy the dragon roll in its finest. So the tail is obviously the most the easiest accessible part of a dragon, since this can grow back pretty frequently. So very available, very common. But the special thing about the poisonous green dragon is that it goes very well with other light ingredients. Say, like for example, a kenku omelet. A kenku omelet having very little flavor to it, essentially, will balance very nicely and absorb any of the unnecessary desirables, if you will, from the poisonous green dragon, and it will actually, in a way, kind of be like a green chili to the omelet. So we have here for you a dragon roll wrapped up in a nice, lightly tempura battered rice and a kenku omelet.
Ooh, what a unique combination.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the innovation of it.
It's like a
that you didn't
steak
just...
and eggs.
Yeah.
The variety of the dish you did very good. The presentation with the roll and the tempura is a nice touch.
Thank you. Tempura is very, very nice. And finally, for dessert, we'll just move straight on to dessert. What you'll notice is I have a little bit of a bruise here, but what we wanted to do is we wanted to incorporate every aspect of a dragon. So we took the bones, and me being gelatin and jelly boy and all that stuff, we wanted to take the bones.
Quincy knows jelly.
We wanted to make gelatin cube itself with the poisonous dragon of the green poison kind. So we kind of wanted to take you on an adventure and exploration, but there's no poison in this. It just looks like it. And inside you'll find a cube you'll see a cube of gelatin that has a nice layer of green, and which kind of has a sour apple taste to it, but it has layered inside, floating inside like a gelatinous cube, berries and little bits of cream.
Well, heard the damn idea that sounded good.
Yeah, I really like how I do admire how you put yourself into the cooking process and then also put the cooking process into you when you are making these dishes.
There's also a little bit of me in there too, so just be careful. But you know,
This has been a unique experience for us both.
Sage is
That
just
is
like,
what I was worried about.
And finally, to pair with the dessert, we have a very special drink too. So eat that.
Of course. Pardon the dessert. So to finally bring it all together, we have this delightful green cocktail infused with lemon juice. And if I just quickly allow this to occur, and a little bubble's going to start to swell at the top of the glass, and then it's going to drift down into like a red smoke that lays into it before bursting, and you get a huge waft of cherry flow out with this delightful fruity aperitif.
So the purpose of the entire thing, is you will notice, is that we have slowly not desensitized you to the poison of the magnificent green dragon, but we have slowly built up your natural immunities to said green dragon. So as you have been slowly trying the ingredients made from the powerful beast, you will find that you are much more resistant to its negative effects.
Ooh,
I do like how you didn't disregard. Yeah. I do like how you didn't disregard the dragon's poison, but instead used it thematically in the dish. And also, like you said, tried to build up everyone's resistance to the poison, which I think was smart and dangerous. And I admire that.
Thank you, judges. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, chefs. We will swiftly move on and, of course, bring out our palate cleansers. These are a special type of pickled ginger that grows on the backs of various types of dinosaurs in the Bellowing Wilds. It is a very unique salad that has been brought here for us to enjoy and help us cleanse between dishes. So, judges, please enjoy as we invite the second group to present their final dishes.
Did you say you got the salad from where again?
Nowhere. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
What?
Look,
Gothi looks over the salad and she looks over at you guys and she says, "Don't eat. Is that red thing? Don't eat that."
Okay.
And don't eat that also.
You watch
that
as
Nick
this.
said.
You watch
Actually,
as one,
you know what? Just don't eat these.
You watch as one of the ninjas like tries one, and as he does, you watch as his tongue basically cleanses the palate. It like removes that minion's
Cleanses
tongue.
his
Like,
palate.
yes, walk it off.
Yeah, that's why.
We'll take these away, and the ninjas will come out and start pulling them away.
Jamie,
Olivia.
As they were pulling them away, Jamie Olivia walks into the room, as graceful as always on their relatively short legs for their body. In their two hands, they are holding a plate and another plate. In a mage hand by their left side is holding a third bowl, and then seemingly floating with nothing at all on the invisible mage hand, a drink in a martini glass. They walk forwards and they place down the three plates. And Jamie says, "For the true delight of your sophisticated palates, we will begin with a journey through the deserts, in which the blue dragon finds itself under the sands. Beginning with a dish that we call spark plugs." And he points out towards the starter, which is a series of chicken kebabs. There is chicken, pineapple, and cubed off tail meat in truffle oil. And they are served on a bed of the wilted vegetables, and the plate itself seems to be made out of blue dragon scales. As you each pick up one of these kebabs and try it, you notice that it has a numbing sensation on your tongue. The electricity sort of, like with the pineapple, having that numbing kind of effect. It tastes the chicken and the tail meat tastes plump and moist, and the acidic tart pineapple complements the drier savory meats. After your starter, of course, we have the main course. We are calling it. I am calling it cheeky chops.
Oh, before we dive into that, let's hear from the judges about the your starter.
Yeah, Gothi, what were you gonna say?
I think, firstly, I'm not sure if it's a wise choice giving us something that will numb our tongues on the first appetizer. I think you might be setting yourself up for failure there with that decision, because it would be a shame if we couldn't taste everything else that you've made.
I'm afraid you may have taken a little more than I expected you to eat in that first bite, Gothi. I expected a single cube from each of the kebabs. It's enough to sort of engage the tongue's senses and not entirely eat an entire pineapple in one sitting.
Say's just eaten the entire kebab.
Should have accounted. There's no accounting for how people will eat.
I'm imagining Chef Swadundi, who's very accustomed to eating kebabs, is like a pile of the little skewers just.
Does it shock the chef to speak well now? Like it shocks him so.
It numbs his tongue so that he can speak with perfect diction.
Just to keep it going.
All right, the main, if you would be so kind.
Olivia, what do they see?
Yes.
For cheeky chops.
So the head of our body is describing this with their words, but I figured I would take a little spin here. And say that our next dish is strip steak that is topped with a sort of like mango vegetable salsa type of a deal sort of scattered across the top of it. It also has a citrus drizzle made out of the plasma collected from the blue dragon itself, and it is served on a bed of rice that has a bit of an earthier taste to it, as it was sort of cooked in the water from the vegetables from our first dish. And then there's a nice little diced salad off to the side as well. And the plate that it's on itself actually crackles with this sort of static electricity going across the whole plate. Sort of like when you get a sizzling fajita plate at a restaurant. That's what it sounds like. And the steak itself is from the cheek of the dragon, and it has a beautiful sear on the outside of it and cooked to a nice medium rare in the center.
And I want to point out the pun that I made with plasma. I used the plasma of the blood, but plasma is also the state that electricity finds itself in. So.
Oh yeah, and if you're to get a plasma nerd. Well, I think that the proportions are very good, and the complaints on it, and the pan me, that's okay. But the taste and the flavor are very exceptional.
There's just nods.
Well, looking at it, yeah. I would say looking at this plate, I was a little bit worried you were throwing everything and the kitchen sink onto the plate, but I think that actually you used it carefully, and you've been very careful that they complement each other.
I just want to say that no one was this mean to the first team.
I can take it. I have thick skin. I'm a dragonborn after all. I don't know if I mentioned that. I'm a dragonborn. I have scaled skin. I can take it.
I don't know. Your knees look a little fragile.
Thick skin and weak
Look,
knees.
and then either there's two of you hiding under trench coats, or you did just straight on flash somebody in the second round. So we're gonna be kind of critical of you. But what I was going to say was that I think everything complements each other really well, and the flavors and the presentation sort of ricochets around the plate as if a bolt of lightning. So I'm impressed that it all came together in a unified way.
Thank you.
definitely think that the
There's
plating
two
is.
people. What? I didn't even realize it at any digital time.
No, it's a horrible rumor that was started by our enemy, Gordon Ramsay, who claims to be a Dragonborn as well, but I believe he's actually two kobolds in a trench coat, and definitely not like
So
us.
then, allow me to propose this to you, because like I said, either there's two of you under a trench coat, or you flash somebody. Otherwise, you would have no problem taking your coat off, because you should have clothes.
You want us to flash you? This is what we wear to.
Well, sorry, it's not that kind of show, unfortunately. So we're gonna swiftly button that up and head back to Sage. Sage, how did you find about the what did you find about the main here?
I definitely thought that the plating was one of your strong points. It was very unique and creative, so definitely got points on that for me. And I didn't realize that I had to pace myself with the kebab, so my taste buds are a bit singed, but it definitely had an electric touch to it. So well done in utilizing that from your dragon.
Thank you very much. Very kind indeed.
All right.
Hang on, I do want to go back to that, because I asked him if he's naked under there, if he was flashing us, and he didn't deny it. So he was like, "Yes, I am not two people under there. I am in fact
grabbing a
naked."
lot of things at the time, so you know.
There's a lot of things going on. The lights were off and gremlins were attacking. If you really want me to get the health inspector down here to understand your gremlin problem, then we can really push this. But I did what I had to avoid. I did what I had to deal with the gremlin problem.
Yeah, according to HR, they're feral gremlins.
I think we can all agree that there's sometimes a party in the front and a party in the back.
Do not describe my show as a mullet.
All right, we move on to our dessert and I show. And here for dessert, we have what I'm calling ample pie, because you get it amp like an ampere electricity, but it's ample pie. And also
Rob's very proud of his puns.
I like
so everyone knows.
And also a spark plug was the starter because it starts the car and it's electricity. You got the starter. Did you get that as well? Spark plug, cheeky chops.
Oh,
anyway, so with ample pie, we have an apple pie, a homemade apple pie served in one of the hollowed out dragon bone bowls. That was the metallic bone that I was trying to melt with our fire earlier. It has the cinnamon and cloves that we managed to capture while we were in that first fight, and has ice cream, which is made from the whipped up gelatin of the hide and bone marrow that we melted down before, and then
the cinnamon and clove is the ice cream. Just so you know, that's the flavor of the ice cream.
Yes, with the bone marrow. It has an earthy taste of the ice cream with the cloves and the sort of fall flavors, paired with the sharp burst of flavor from the green apple. And because I didn't do a very good job of melting the bone before, and I got only a 13 on the check, as I'm presenting it to the judges, I'm also going to cast Distort Value on it.
Another spell that we both took, by the way.
We both took that without coordinating.
Is there a check under the spell?
Let me see.
Well,
you cast the spell on an object, doubling the perceived value of the object. It doesn't. Any examining the object can ascertain its true value with a successful investigation check.
All right. There is no rules against casting spells on the presentation stage, so I'm gonna get Gothi, Swidundi, and Sage to roll me just a straight d20.
Oh.
I used a big one. Oh, the natural 20!
No!
As they say in Sweden.
Gothi?
I got a 15.
Nice. Sage?
I got a 5.
Most of the judges are pretty on to what you've done. It looks pretty, but
I got a 19 DC.
Oh, do they? Well,
yeah, I got a 19 DC, so only Chef Swidundi realizes.
Well, that's just the raw stat. That doesn't include their wisdom and if they've got proficiency or not.
Wow.
So Gothi, I imagine, is very perceptive as an individual.
True.
So I would definitely say that. Swidundi got the natural 20, and Sage Sage thinks it's
Sage
pretty.
enjoys it.
She can't see over the
It's a
table,
very
the
pretty
poor
bowl.
dear.
Yeah.
She's trying
So,
to-
as it
and
right here. It looks great.
It does look great. It looks amazing. And Sage, you definitely find that this is a very beautifully ornate dragon bone bowl that you've been presented with. And as you all begin to dig in, what are your thoughts?
Amazing.
I mean, it's okay, and I wouldn't give it to my grandmother on her birthday, but it isn't. It's all. You described it well, but the flavor and the combining and all of things, meh.
Gothi?
Also, thing I'd like to point out is that Gothi has me eating everything with like a fondue fork so that she can just like stick it up under her mask and not actually take it off. And all drinks have to be consumed with a straw. She just is like, it's a good. I think it's a good way to finish off the dish. There's something about I can't put my finger on, but you know what? It's a wonderful way to quench the dish, and I think it's a nice final burst at the end of all of that electricity.
All right. A shocking verdict from our lovely judges as we... Yeah, see, I can do it too, Rob. And shocking, by the way, is the term that is used to describe when electricity goes into...
You kind of step in on my next pun, mate. I was going to use shocking for the next, but you've ruined it now.
What was the next
one?
Oh!
That's
fine.
You can do it. No, go on. No,
I'll still electric
be
competition.
I'll be impressed.
There is also a drink that is with it that we have flavored as the Desert Oasis, and there is it's like a martini glass that is sort of like rimmed in brown sugar to kind of mimic like desert sand, and it has just some dry gin in it, and there is like a single slice of lime that's on the side of it as well.
And the mix of it is when I cast blight on the blood to create the plasma, I kept the water as I did with the wilting vegetables, and I took the dragon's blood, the non-plasma parts of it, and I mixed that into the drink as well. So it's
very interesting, like going with a non-vegan drink. I don't think I've ever heard of a non-vegan drink before.
I mean, you don't sign up to be a judge for a competition where you're eating dragon if you're a vegan.
I mean, honestly, I didn't expect you to make a drink out of the dragon. So fair to you, I guess. Points to you.
All four of our dishes, if you want to call them that, had dragon in them.
Chef Swidundi. Yep, there he goes. He's really getting in there.
I like the brownness and the flavor that it combined all around, and the Desert Oasis with a nice touch behind it. The fact they combined all the ingredients together with the dragon, and it was pretty good. This was one of the better ones that you saw, and the fact that you were honest between all of it, I gotta respect it.
Thank you, Chef. Yes.
Thank you, Chef.
Exactly what he said.
Thank you, Chef.
All right, with the...
no,
go on.
No, it's fine. Gothi's enjoying the drink.
Excellent.
You need to just get some of the sugar as well up in the.
It's just like.
Oh yeah. All right.
All right. All right, and that then leaves.
All right. I will be leaving now. No, I will be leaving to the other side. To the other side. I'll turn. Go this way.
Oh my god.
I knew I should have had that trapdoor installed.
Oh.
All right, our final competitors. Chef Cliff, Chef Tara.
Well, hey there.
Good evening, judges. Tonight, we present to you a story. Because the red dragon, the great beast, is formidable, and so should our 3 courses and side drink. So, to start you off, I present to you the creation of the red dragon. Before you is this reflective black stone plate with bits of foam infused with dragon flame, sliced, slightly seared sections of the dragon tail in a swirl pattern across it, shaved bits of radish to add a crunch, and drizzled with a small amount of distilled flame juice. As it enters onto the table, Terra is going to cast Shape Water to have the juices flow and move everything together to sort of form on the plate. Enjoy.
No.
What you
Very,
should be
very
tasting
fancy.
is a sweet but spicy mix, almost like a coconut curry. The cream and the flame blends together to match quite nicely to the sashimi styled meat, with a little bit of crunch from the radish.
We call this one the creation of the dragon.
Well, it's truly amazing the way that you're able to cut up these sashimi so splendidly. That is a lot of talent, and adds to the plate and to the appetizer. I believe this is the first starter. Delicious.
I have to say,
I would also.
Go ahead, Gothi.
Thank you. I would also say that I really do like the pleasant presentation of the sort of obsidian black plate. Really, it already tells me this is going to be a spicy hot dish before I even try it out. But on a side note, I'm concerned a bit about the spice level, and if it's going to be something that we're going to be. I'm mostly curious about the spice level in the other dishes, seeing as you started off a little bit of a kick here in the appetizer.
I think the presentation is wonderful. With the fluids and a good bake and a foot. Woo! It'll make me want to be part of a little fountain that spreads joy and love among all of them. Despite I have to agree with the Goofy, it's a little. You gotta be careful. You gotta be very cautious at this time of the game, okay? But for the starter, you gotta attempt it.
I would say that the accumulation of the sauces with the sashimi helps me to visualize how the various aspects that create the red dragon, or the dragon, is made, and this dish definitely symbolizes a beginning to me. So I think it's very creative.
Thank you.
Okay, the next dish we have here is the dragon Wellington. We have made it in such a way that it looks like a dragon egg inside of a nest, and you can see that we have shaped the root vegetables to look like a dragon's hoard, as well as some bramble as well. The story we're trying to get across here is that the reason dragons are so fierce is that they want to propagate and also be known and feared. You see Cliff take out a small sphere, and as he does, he clicks something on the side, and he places it next to it, and you hear this egg timer sound, like, and then you start to see it like go on fire, and this is alchemist fire. As this happens, you see it sort of lick up the Wellington. As it does, it's been designed in such a way that it begins to crack and hatch, and you see the meat of the dragon start to bloom out, almost like a blooming onion. We tried to do something a little bit more innovative here, and this is a new technique. Hopefully you will enjoy it.
I was half expecting a promotion right there. Okay. They're just like starting.
I turn to the camera that doesn't work, and I'm like,
No!
Kindred's Kitchen Supplies, and give a wink.
Patent pending.
Yeah.
Judges, what do you think?
Well, I'm really impressed.
Go ahead.
It's not their own fault.
The theme is that they both talk.
It's because you can't see his mouth and you can't see my mouth, so we have no way of being like, we're just like, oh, same time every time.
I love it.
I
love
say that again, the presentation is really what stands out here. And I'm almost so much that I'm concerned that the flavor of the dish doesn't live up to the presentation. It's just the presentation is so front heavy. And I'm not sure if the meat really can ever live up to it. So you have to be careful with that. You have to be careful with, as you might say, your advertising when it comes to your dishes.
Yes, chef.
How was the meat in the egg prepared? Was it smoked? It's difficult to tell.
Well, as they say where I come from, I'm walking here. I had to cook it in a wok at super heat because dragon meat is very tough to cook and heat up. So to being able to do so, I had to use a special wok. I did temp check it. It should be fine.
I did notice during the competition that you had a lot of flames, so I just wanted to make sure while eating this, I'm getting a very rough texture, but that might just be dragon meat in general, so hard to tell.
And in terms of the presentation, I gotta say, with the ticky you worry about the boom boom with the bam bam, but it's okay on this one. I think that the flavor of the beef ability, it not too much, but when you wrap it around and you flip it around and you do it over the top, I think what you get is a little bit of magic. That's all I have to say.
Wise words. Wise words indeed.
Thank you, chef.
Just nod solemnly. Everyone is just like, yeah, a true artist in front of us here.
Our main dish is also accompanied by a drink as well, presented also by Cliff.
Yes, this is a rendered broth made from the tailbones for you to enjoy. It should help bring the spice of the meat to a subtle, mellow roll.
The aroma smells smoky. It's definitely on theme with the dragon meat and everything. I truly adore that.
Gothi, you want to
I
go
think
ahead?
that every
Go ahead. It's fine. You can go ahead. It's fine.
I imagine they both look at each other waiting.
And there's no visual
You please
cues
go.
either between either of them.
No, please go, chef.
Well, the beauty of the assembly like this, and then you just harness what you're looking for with these kind of things, right? And with the red space and the cooking, and I was worried about the cooking because the cooking was very low. But when I touch it and it feels nice, you know it's good. Well done.
Thank you, chef.
Damn.
Gothi?
It just wipes a tear from their eye.
Cliff does as well.
Oh my
Moving
god.
hearts.
Gothi says, now I'm wondering about what you're going for with the drink. If you're looking for something that would quench the spiciness of the dish, or if you were going for something that would complement it.
Chef, I believe both. I believe that the red dragon it is known as one of the king dragons. So we didn't need something so much to enhance it, but more to show you its various complexities with its quenching. So the quenching is actually meant to be complementive.
I see. Okay, so you've given your customer a nice break from the spiciness, and also given them something that will help when they return to it to find it's got a little bit more of a, I guess you might say, a bam to it when they come back to it, which I think is smart.
Thanks, chef.
I think it works quite well.
You truly did tell a story with all of your presentations. Well done.
It is one thing that I can say. When it comes to the cooking and the good stuff, you know, it was a little that is the best way to describe it. The dish and a wilder.
And now, dessert.
This dish is placed before you, a deconstructed, crumbled pie, mixed in with the gelatized eyeballs of the dragon, berries, and the heart blood in a sweet concoction. And it is decorated as though it has been strewn across the plate with the crumbled and the pastry bits aside. Now, we understand that no story is complete without an ending, and we know for a fact that red dragons cause nothing but devastation. And so we present to you City Crumble.
Ooh.
You said that this was made with the eyeballs of the dragon?
Yes, I distilled the gelatin of the eyeball of the dragon to make a stronger gelatin berry compote within the pie.
So, I mean, I wish you hadn't said that, because I feel like, so there's a lot of people who will think it's made with eyeballs, and then think to myself, I've got a good excuse here to turn up and say I don't want dessert because I'm watching my weight or something like that. And I feel like a lot of people will opt out of trying this dessert because they won't feel too adventurous about eating eyeball gelatin. I think it's a bold choice.
I just got it. Yes, you got it.
Thank you.
I
think it's a bold choice. So I think it's a bold choice, but I think putting it in the dessert may have been too dangerous of a choice.
I disagree with it. And with the pudding, and you get it with the tapioca, and they look at you in admiration and respect while you eat them. And that's what you want from a dragon. And they love you, and they fear you, and that's what you want out of your dessert. You want fear and love out of your dessert. And that's all I have to say.
I also agree with Chef that the eyeball, although not normally used for culinary practices, is something that's very hard to harvest. So there is great skill and tactic in being able to even possess something and be able to create such a splendid dessert from it. So I think that was a lot of talent and skill from harvesting the eyes and then also illustrating it in your final piece.
All right. Bam. Thank you very much, chefs. We're going to give our judges a moment to confer as we go to the contestants and see how they found the judging round. Stay tuned as we come back for the final verdict in just a short while. All right.
After a word from these sponsors.
Well, you're the sponsors. You guys. All right. Okay.
Wait, I'm sponsoring? Does that mean now's the time to plug all my shit? Hello there. Hi, I'm Mendarii.
Well, you guys have generously donated your time and then some, and I love you guys. And this has been a huge amount of fun. We will have times for plugs and stuff like that. Actually, you know what? We can use this time for plugs or smack talk. I mean, I wanted to give you
plugs
guys time
or
for
smack talk.
Yeah.
I love how
both. Have both.
I do want to say that I love how Rob's team was like trying to like sabotage everybody else and everything, and the judges are like, interesting.
Right. Maybe put a bit more time into it.
Oh,
spend some more time on presentation and taste and.
No, that's absolutely it. And
that's very fascinating.
And I love how
we kept getting an onslaught of fucking gremlins trying to assassinate us. There's like a mimic that tried to eat all of our shit.
And then as well,
it
like
turned into like a fart machine.
Our shit was mimic and gremlin and stuff. And then Cliff and Terra's shit was darkness for everybody. And so I was like, oh, so we get your shit as well. Get your shit and our shit.
Hey, we had a whole card
you
to
get
deal with.
extra actions on your first turn, and then you also
you got fucking hasted. hasted in a question that you
I
can
don't
ask
know what
of a
you're
god.
complaining about. You had haste the whole time. Oh, amazing.
Oh, so good though.
Oh no!
Oh,
Look,
so good.
look, this has been amazing. You guys are like, I mean, I don't mean to gush. This is the whole thing. This is obviously a stream that we were enjoying as a celebration for my birthday because I love doing nothing more than making games and doing like cool RPG stuff, and I love breaking boxes and going about going super extra on stuff. And to have you guys here for this and to like play and enjoy it and to like get riled up at each other and come up with some beautiful moments. Like I think everyone has had just like this has an epic moment from like Pectin like crawling into the freaking dragon and massaging it from the inside. This old lady just having this big like kind of yelling contest with their partner. The constant trying to thwart Jamie Olivia as two separate and like
we're one person. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we're one person. It's never gonna happen. Is it?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. And I wish that that I thought that while I was making the Hero Forge MIDI, and I was like sitting there going, God damn it. Rob Mendarii. And of course, Cliff, I loved this character. Like, I loved the fact that like you had all the sponsorship things. I was waiting for you to turn around and go, "Are you watching me, camera guy?" Like I was waiting for that one.
Where was your Spice Weasel?
The Spice Weasel.
Left it at home.
And Terra, I absolutely loved the little like sort of army of sprites that just get suddenly sent out into the wild to like do stuff and like get there. Okay, I think the judges are convening. I think they have their results.
The fun thing about this was that it was so stressful for being in it. Like I was going like, what are we doing next? What am I doing on my next turn? What have I got to do? How many rounds have we got? That I have no idea what anybody else was doing. Like it took me
absolutely
I was
no
like,
idea what you guys were doing. I felt like we were really in a cooking competition.
Oh yeah,
where I'm
for
like,
sure. Idea what they were doing.
Forge and I were like kind of talking back here and everything, and then suddenly like, oh, we're back, and we have to like just jump back.
It was genuinely halfway through before I realized Cliff had several hands, and I was like, oh, what? When did is that a thing?
No idea. Like anything that like Pectin or Hagathis did on their first turn. Absolutely no concept of anything
right before
that
us, and I'm like, okay, shit, what are we doing? How do I
you were in a tail, and I was like, how did that happen?
That's amazing because effectively what I did for this was I ran 3 entirely different tables at the exact same moment on the same map, right? And the thing was, I hope
this would have been amazing to see in person.
Yeah, I mean, I hope. Thank you. I hope that outside of the presentation segment, because that's obviously I didn't want to sort of go starter main drink. That's outside of that one, I hope you guys felt like there was a reasonable pace to everything and that you guys all got a chance to do stuff.
It just means it's got a lot of rewatchability. I'm gonna have to rewatch back and be like, oh damn, Hagathis is a cool character.
Oh man, and honestly,
because I didn't get it from what I heard.
Just get to look back and see Dave and Jackie's like terrified and confused expressions for the entire first act, because we're all just like, what's going on? What's happening?
Yeah, that's why I ended up putting them on the second act screen as well. I was like, no, these guys are
good idea.
These guys are too funny to not watch. Yeah, like the reactions were just amazing, and the judges. I mean, obviously the judges aren't like with the characters in the contest and stuff like that, like directly. But I think there's just so much that you guys are adding as well, like in behind the scenes. Like, I mean, I don't need to say anything. Like, you 3 have been just an absolute amazing aspect to this, like between the 3
it
of you.
didn't sound like it was any less hectic for the judges either. Like it sounded like you guys were like trying to keep track of everything going on all at once and being like, oh my god, wait, whose turn is it? What's happening? Oh, like,
all right.
what is dragons attacking right now?
All right, let's bring the judges in here real quick. There we go. Boom, there they are. Look at them. Are they amazing? All right. Well, let's cue up music. By the way, I also had like music for everything, but I guarantee you, if you guys thought it was hectic, there's a reason why music kind of died out at some point.
Doing tech with all this you're doing great, Dag.
Thank you.
You've done amazing, Dag. Honestly.
You could have done better.
Thank you,
Honestly, why don't you roll for it? I'll tell you my opinion on how you did.
Yeah, roll me a percentage check. That could be a D20.
I didn't ask you for a D20. I asked for a D percentile with a 5% chance. I've always got that one friend. It's like odds or evens. It's like, I'll just flip a coin. I'm like, did I tell you to flip a coin? All right, judges. Now, all of the points that have been scored up until today are a score out of 20. Meaning that in round 1 for the battle phase, you could have earned a total of 4 points for your performance. Let's go to the judges and find out what each team earned in round 1. Gothi, if you could present the findings.
All right. Well, for round 1, we have Team 1 of Pectin and Hagatha with 4 points. Team 2 of Jamie and Olivia with 3 points. And Team 3 with Cliff and Tara at 2 points.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Any feedback from the judges for the round 1 performances for the teams?
I think it was just based off of the rare finds within the dragon. Some teams were able to collect a plethora of essential ingredients and rarities, and others were having a little bit of a hard time finding those special ingredients.
All right, fantastic. Chef Swidundi, round 2, the culinary cooking challenge. This was worth a total of 6 points.
Right, they did a round or 2. They did it pretty good. But I gotta say, they didn't get what we were looking for. And I think that what it all boils down to, they went to Picton and the Hagatha, and they got to the 3rd point over the course of the round. They did it pretty good from that perspective. Jamie and Olivia, and definitely with another with a tie on the 5 points. Now, if you think about for a Cliff with a Tara, they got to the round 2, and they did a good job. So we gave them the 4 points because it wasn't all the way. Excuse me.
Okay.
Is that a portable power generator?
Okay.
They need a medic.
So just to wrap that up quickly. We got Pectin and Hagatha 5 points. Jamie and Olivia 5 points. Cliff and Tara 4 points. Is he okay? Do we have a medic?
I think he's fine.
Medic goblins over here.
He saved the pumpkin.
He saved
all
the
is well.
We did
The
it.
pumpkin
Safe.
pie! Pumpkin and pie! Welcome to the show! Welcome to the show! Well, damn it.
Oh,
God.
We need an ice pack.
Well done. Well done. If I could award hero points to the judges, I would. Yes. All right. And with the final round, the presentation round being it for the big numbers, these were worth a grand total of 10 points in total for the 3rd and final round, which judged the dish in its completion. Sage, what were your findings?
So, let's see. In total, for Pectin and Hagatha, we have 9 points. And then for Jamie Olivia, the one person, we have 7 points. And I was told from the judges that there was some deception afoot, but I couldn't see it at all. And then for Cliff and Tara, 8 points.
All right. Thank you to our judges. We now have our final tally, and the results are in. In 3rd place, with a spectacular meal built, telling a story of the dragon's birth and destruction, we have Cliff and Tara with 14 points. In 2nd place, with a surprisingly static and deliciously zesty performance, Jamie Olivia taking 15 points.
Jamie bows a little too far and then starts to wobble over and goes like this.
Little arms kind of pop out like grabs.
What was that?
And taking the victory today is none other than Team 1, Pectin and Hagathis, with a score of a near perfect 18.
Oh.
Well done. Oh, I threw Sage away. I don't know why.
Thank you.
No one, no one saw that.
I was eating.
All right. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the victors of our very, very first culinary conquest in the Dragon Kitchen. Both now dragon chefs in and of their own right, champions to our competition, and able to, from now on and forevermore, say that they held one of the highest multiverse culinary awards. Allow me to present to you for one final time your champions, Pectin and Hagathis.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, the Dragon Team announcer guy. And thank you, everyone watching at home. Hi, Mom. Thank you.
Hagathis, do you have any words you wish to give to your adoring fans?
As the camera pans towards where Hagathis should be, there is a sort of like an essence and a wisp and a wave of smoke. As the being that was previously there has departed, she has no desire to be part of the spectacle at this point. The experience has already been achieved, and she's done what she came to do.
Wonderful. All right, and as we bid a farm...
Jamie Olivia casts Alter Self and quickly takes Hagathis's place. Oh yes, I'm here. Sorry. Uses my actor feat that I took to perfectly impersonate Hagathis's voice.
All right. 2 seconds.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna switch the camera.
He's actually doing it, isn't he? You don't need to go to this work, buddy. It was a throwaway joke.
No, we have to do it now.
It has to be done. There we go.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
I would like to thank Hagathis over here for being a wonderful teammate and being able to do everything that I can, which was awful a lot, honestly.
That's quite all right. I couldn't have done it without you.
That's right. So you should definitely have this trophy and not me. You deserve it.
Oh, I think so.
God!
All right.
I'll take it and just put it in my trench coat. Because I'm still wearing... Alter Self doesn't change the trench coat. He's still wearing a trench coat.
Oh.
Slides down the front of the trench coat.
Look, the
They're just hands that come up and they're like,
Oh my god!
So here is the special item that you guys get. For those who have won the Dragon's Kitchen, you now have an item which can be used at any game that your GM will allow you to use this item in. Your character has a special golden knife that you can imbue any spell that you can cast into any foodstuff to turn it into a consumable item. That means to say if you have an apple and a particular spell, you can turn it into an apple that will permanently have that spell, which will cast it upon consumption. This will work flawlessly. There is no check, there is no save, it is simply that. This includes, of course, saving throws for poisonous stuff as well. So if they eat it, then sucks to not have a saving throw for that. Num 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 num.
Oh, wow.
Yep, so you guys have this, which you'll probably use in my game at some point or another, but nonetheless, there you go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining us here on the Dragon Kitchen. I have been your humble announcer, and we hope that you enjoyed this. I hope that each of you have come in with a fire in your belly and left hungrier than ever Will this show continue? We'll find out. But once again, thank you to all of my friends who have come here and helped me celebrate. Thank you to you guys for all of your generous donations, as well as your lovely contributions to this show. And guys, till we meet again.
Hold on, Dag,
Happy
hold on,
birthday!
Stop.
No,
Happy
damn
birthday!
it.
We
I
have to
tried
do the
to.
customary thing. Is everybody ready?
Oh God.
1,
Are you gonna try this on Zoom?
3.
Happy
birthday
to
you.
Happy birthday.
It's awful.
Happy
Fish, Michael.
Birthday to you. And many more.
Thank you, guys.
Birthday.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone. I'm so glad I got to share it with you guys. And there were so many.
Oh my God.
There were so many people that I wanted to share my birthday with.
The viewers have just gone to 0. I don't know why.
Oh damn!
It must be a Twitch glitch.
All our account dropping like
Oh no,
that,
that's
Dag.
okay.
Is
No,
that-
that's just.
Is that intended or?
No, that's just it returning
What's a
to
strike?
No, that's just my channel returning to normal. Don't panic.
Copyright?
Who's DSR? Is that?
Guys, this has been a blast, and I would happily run this game and any game for you guys any time of the week. Like the people who have made up this game are, and I want you guys to know this. I'm gonna do your outros here. So, first of all, let's talk about the judges here, guys. Gothi, aka Dynabees, is an incredibly creative individual, and who I was very, very fortunate to meet when I did a bunch of shows with Felix from Dingo Doodles and the like. At the time, I only knew them as Gothi, and over time, I'm so glad that I've gotten to know you as my friend and someone who I can share my creativity with, not only as a GM but as a person as well. Like I love your artworks, I love your style, and I love your sense of humor because it's very similar to my own. And it's truly a pleasure to have you here with me today. And if you guys want to check out all of Dyna stuff, as well as all of the cool adventures that Gothi got into with Dingo Doodles, then go head over to the Dingo Doodles YouTube channel, as well as Gothi's Twitter page, as well as you. What else do you have? You can plug the rest of this.
I mean, you've already talked me up so much. I don't know what to say about myself. I mean, you can find me at Dynabees, DYNABEEZ, on Twitter. I post mostly these days comics about stupid, sexy vampires and the Van Helsing descendant that's trying to kill them. And yeah, I mean,
Enemies
thanks
to
so much
lovers
for
who?
having me. This was a really
Lovers in a dangerous time.
I love it. And of course, I was gonna say, and of course, like the Gothi adventures were only one of the part of the adventures you've had with the Dingo Doodle team, because you've got another one coming up as well with the podcast and things.
Yes, we're hoping to launch the podcast sometime November-ish. It's tricky. It's like we don't want to do it until the book is off of our desks and ready to go. I guess I should also say that I'm the lead artist for the Fool's Gold 5e module Into the Bellowing Wilds that's being released, I think, digitally around December. It's really hard for me to promise anything like that, but yeah, it's coming out soonish. So if you want to see some artwork and you want to experience the Bellowing Wilds in person and the horrors in person, you can order that book. I'm sure you can find it somewhere on hitpointpress.com or through Dingo Doodles in her descriptions of her videos. And I'm done talking. Someone else can talk now. Thank you so much for having me.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Next up is a person who needs no introduction. Dave.
It was me the entire time. It's me, DM Dave, guys.
I'd like to point out to anyone who's not laughing as hard that it is like 1 a.m. where Dave lives.
It's 2:30 in the morning where Dave lives. It's 1:30 where I am.
Oh no. Mm-hmm. The commitment. I applaud.
I learned a new thing today. But
The
check
eyebrows
this out.
too. Take the eyebrows off, you coward.
Oh my god! I glued those on. That was a horrible
Oh
idea.
Do you even have eyebrows anymore?
No,
my
it's
gosh.
fine. It's fine. People don't see me on Zoom on work anyway. Anyway, guys, DM Dave here from Careful Cantrip. Hopefully you've enjoyed yourself. Big happy birthday to Dag. You can check us out on all the socials with the Careful Cantrips and whatnot at the twitch.com/TV/carefulcantrip.org. You can find all of our information there. So, hey, come check us out. Have a good time. And maybe you'll see more of Chef's Sweedundi more in the future right here, live, direct.
There you go. It's a promise.
Amazing.
Next up is, of course, a fellow co-star at the Quincy Tavern Guard. Is of none other than Jackie. Jackie, you are an absolute delight. It has been awesome being able to play aside you along with Quincy, with our GM Jason over on Quincy's Tavern. Thank you so much for coming here and bringing probably one of my favorite characters to the kitchen. Sage was absolutely amazing as always. Yeah, it's awesome to have you here. And tell us where we can find all your cool things.
Well, you guys can find me on Twitch and TikTok and Instagram under the handle Jackie_Ilana_Chan. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch, and I do comedy skits on TikTok and Instagram Reels. But yeah, thank you so much for inviting me, and happy birthday, Dag. Happy birthday.
All right, let's go to let's do this in reverse order because we've done it this way the other time, and I just want to keep up with confusing people. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but I have a friend of mine who is like one of the squishiest, lovable, and most charitable individuals I know. Their name is nothing but a misnomer because they are not dreaded at all, except for their hair. Dreaded GM, my dear friend, seriously, like this last year, one of my highlights is getting to have been able to call you a friend and to actually get to know you and see that for some weird reason, all the skepticism I have in my life of expecting really bad things to happen and being prepared for them, like how much my stream broke today, but I kind of didn't sweat it. We don't talk about it, but we carry on. We realize that there are people out there who are just good and they are just doing good everywhere. And you are that, my friend. You are that proof for me that there is good around, and I love you. And tell me about where we can find you and your cool stuff.
Hi, I'm Josh, the Dread GM. I have been a level 16 fighter today, technically a 3 Crane. If you want to know what I'm doing, I run Dungeons & Dragons on Twitch, and I have a bunch of other content all over the place. Go follow me by just typing in Dread GM wherever you can. But you'll most probably catch me on the Twitch channel at the moment. But yeah, Dag, big reflect back on that, like knowing that, because
you can't know you me. This is my show.
I just did. Okay, well, this is your birthday. That's fair.
There you go.
I love you too, man. Thank you so much for the awesome game and this and putting this together. Because by golly, this is a 9-person game right now.
Yeah,
so this is huge.
This is well, we did go like an hour and a half over time, so I mean, I'm kind of.
No one is surprised by that.
Yeah,
the stuff that you sent us in the Discord for here's the layout of this game. I was like, this game's gonna take 6 hours. Like
3 hours. I'm like, absolutely not. No, we all knew
I sent
anyway.
Dag a message being like, "Are you sure it's only going to be 3 hours? I'll allow like 2 hours, like just in case in my booking." And he was like, "No, it will be done by the 3-hour mark." I went, "Okay."
I tried
Jokes
so hard.
on Dag.
I tried so hard. But you guys are so talented, and I just didn't want to rush you guys because it was like you guys speak so beautifully and stuff. And speaking of speaking beautifully, guys, AJ Winters. I don't know if I've told you this, but AJ and I actually met on my birthday many moons ago, and it was actually wonderful because a friend of mine who was in the community and also one of my former players, shout out Tabs if you're here, we love you. She introduced us and said, hey, a friend of ours is like coming into streaming and wanted to chat about stuff. And I met with AJ, and straight away I was like, man, this person is going to be big. This person has got talent. This has got charisma. And I actually, on my birthday, went out and actually bought something to consolidate that. I actually bought a copy of Rime of the Frost Maiden, the special edition for AJ, because for me, I was like, I knew that this was going to be someone special. And it's so wonderful that I was right, because here we are at another one of my birthdays, and I'm like, you are really special, and like I value our friendship. I value the fact that you're doing amazing stuff for your channel and stuff. I've always said this. It's not my right to be proud of people, but I am still goddamn proud and super happy that you're here and getting to be a part of things like this. Yay.
You're too cute, Dag.
No, it's a lie. Dred's the cute one.
I still can't get over the fact that you bought me a gift on your birthday that made me mad. It was very strange.
It's fine.
But thank you so much for having me here. I feel like look at these people that you brought into this. It's just absolutely incredible, and I'm honored to be amongst the people on this list and a close friend of yours. It means the world to me. I don't know what to say. I'm a bit baffled. Hi, I'm AJ Winters. I am the dungeon master and world builder from Winter's Tales. We stream Dungeons and Dragons on Tuesday nights in the first Dungeons and Dragons studio in Australia, which is pretty cool. So if you like that and want to come check out a very unique homebrew world with amnesia characters that do not know what their character sheets are, then you can check us out over there on Winter's Tales.
Amazing. Now, there is someone who has challenged me time and time again, and I don't love it, but but honestly, it is one of the minds in this world and in my industry that doesn't only make me better, but is always there for me like a rock, and that is none other than the Robert Hartley GM. Who, guys, if you haven't checked out Robert Hartley, what are you doing with your life? Rob, it's super weird because, like I said, when we met, it was kind of like, there's a guy. Oh, there's a guy. And we both looked at each other, and it was like, oh, you've done acting, haven't you? And we're like, yeah, you have too, haven't you? You're sick of everyone, aren't you? Yep.
Sick of it all.
And it was great. Stuff. In you, my friend, I have found a kindred spirit. And honestly, even if I gave up this whole industry, you and I don't imagine would drift any further apart because
we definitely would.
I
don't care for anybody who doesn't have value to me.
Yeah, that's very true.
Oh my god,
just savage. So, dude, thank you so much for coming out and being my friend and doing awesome stuff and not moving to Perth because I get it. Because
there's
fine.
Nothing out there.
Just
Ouch.
Thank you for. I mean, I ain't giving up New Zealand for nothing. I appreciate the invite. I appreciate.
We have lighthouses and cliffs.
That's it.
And shitty internet.
I appreciate being here. Thank you very much for the invite. It's a pleasure. You're one of my closest friends, and I'm glad that we get to spend the celebration together. And I'm just unbelievably excited for like a week's time when we meet up in person for the first time in ages, first time ever for the majority of us. Very, very excited for that. If you like D&D things and you want supplemental content, I'm Robert Hartley GM. You can find me on all of the things at Robert Hartley GM. I am a dungeon master for the Viva la League comedy group. I am also a dungeon master in my own right, doing supplemental things, creating stuff for the game and homebrewing and world building and all kinds of things that I do, commentary and GM tips and all sorts of stuff. Find me at Robert Hartley GM on all of the places.
Awesome. Next on Team 2, Mendarii. Guys, Mendarii and I had been like doing this weird raid dance for like ages. It was like it was literally like hi, I'm Dag. Hi, I'm Mendarii. Hi, I'm Dag. Hi. And then it took us, I think it was like 6 months before I actually met you. And then I realized
Oh yeah, I think that like we started that in like I want to say like February or March of like last year, and then didn't actually talk like in person, like introduce ourselves to each other until October.
Yeah, it was something like it was something crazy. And then it was a case of like we found out that we all had the same friends and we started hanging out. And the cool thing is that I love world building. I hate doing it, which is very weird. And every time Mendarii's doing it, I sit there and I'm accidentally world building. And it's oh no, world building, as stuff happens. And it's just you've been amazing company on those really long and late nights because, as many of you know, I do like a lot of work with like guys from America, guys from the UK, and sometimes I'm up at 3 a.m, and it's always awesome to have such a wonderful friend like just to keep me company and to like chat about stuff and do stuff. And also, I said hi to your mum. So
That's true. You did do that.
So now, if you're mean to me, I can just tell your mom on you.
That's true. I totally forgot about that. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, hi, hello. I'm Mendarii. You can also call me Faye because that's my real boy name. Yeah, and Dag is the kind of person that I won't talk to for quite some time, and then all of a sudden either like he'll message me or I'll message him and like about something like, hey, can you hop on literally right now to test this thing for 2 hours? And they'll be like, yeah, sure. And then we'll just like hang out and talk for an eternity. And it's really great, and I really appreciate our friendship and all of the like the sounding board that Dag has provided for me just on so many different things and all of that wonderful stuff. But yeah, I'm not super great with being super sentimental, so I'm just gonna say that I love you and that I hope that you have a wonderful birthday. And I am glad to be here, and I'm so glad I actually did this, even though it's so late and I'm so tired. And I have to stream in the morning. Which, speaking of my stream, I am.
That's the worst segue I've ever seen in my entire life. That was by far the worst. Hey guys, have you seen dinosaurs?
Speaking of
I
dinosaurs,
actually talked about dinosaurs on stream today, so it's really funny that you mentioned that. But anyway, yes. So I, as Dag mentioned, I am predominantly a world builder, and I do a lot of mechanic design as well for 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. I love to write and just create new things and all that kind of stuff for a system that I love, and I do that on Twitch. I do that 3 times a week. Starting at 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. I think we're in Standard Time still. I don't know. And that's what we do. And we kind of hang out. I'm on other platforms. I'm on Twitter. I've got a YouTube channel that I haven't touched in a year and a half, and all that kind of stuff, all underneath the same name, which is Mendarii, Mendarii. And yeah, you can find me on all of those things there, and you should check them out. That's it.
Now, my very surprisingly gentle and wonderful friend, Quincy, you were such a left field meet because for those of you who don't know, I bothered Quincy very hard when I first met Quincy. I basically said, every platform you have will have my face on it, demanding your attention.
You do bother most people.
I do.
He was that squeaky wheel that would like not shut up until I was like, "What do you want?" He's like,
"Oh my god,
gold 1 shot that turned into like a 4 shot."
It did turn into a 4 shot, didn't it? Yeah, no, it was. And the weird thing is, right? Because I've met so many people in this line of work for work purposes, and only a small handful of them have actually been people I just want to hang out with and just be friends with and do things with. And I think it was the moment when we were both on Phoenix Iwaki's channel where we both got absolute dog shit characters. And we looked at each other.
Yes.
And we looked at each other and we went, "Do you want to play just random turnip farmers and just not be heroes and just like the quest giver just picked the wrong people?"
We did not want to do anything Phoenix wanted us to do. We were like, we don't want to do this. We run away from the monsters.
Look, here's a hero. They can do stuff. And then and I mean, we ended with me giving I died. I gave myself a heart attack.
Yeah.
Right, like I used shocking grasp on a puddle I was standing in.
I think we survived just because Phoenix was like, "Okay, time's up, we're done. Okay, you live, go home."
Basically it. But and from that moment, I knew there was a very big difference between the Quincy we see on TikTok and the Quincy that you were. And I always loved TikTok Quincy. I think TikTok Quincy is amazing. But you, my friend, you are beyond special. And that doesn't compare, man. Just being able to hang out with you, laugh with you, smile with you has been a true pleasure. And I'm so glad that we get to hang out. We get to do stuff. And we get to continue doing so many cool and amazing things. You drum up excitement in me. And I'm so grateful for that every time we hang out and we do stuff, dude. Not just you as well, but everyone. Jason and Jackie, Cole, and everyone. That. It's been a wild and amazing experience, man.
Well, I super appreciate it. You're awesome, and it's been really good to meet like through you as well. Like now because of you, like I've infected all these other people now too. Like I've met all these other people, and it's just the way it works, and I do very much appreciate your energy and what you do and what you want to put out there, and just the from what I've been able to see, like it's just always been consistent with just like a true altruism. And you're gonna do awesome things, and I'm really excited to see you at Convergence. Which, you know, we got lots of stuff.
Yeah, no, look,
going on.
part of the donations of today are going towards all that stuff for Convergence as well. So it is absolutely happening. I will be in Utah next year, hanging out with
Good.
Quincy and taking photos and doing things. And I will be in cosplay too. I've got my my partner has dusted off her because she's a professional costumer and makeup artist, so she's dusting off her old stuff and helping me get hooked up for something really special while we're up there. Let's just say that I'm also talking to electricians about things.
Oh gosh.
So there's stuff happening.
Oh gosh.
Oh wow.
Electricians.
Yeah. Sparkies. We call them Sparkies, but I
Lights.
mean, like, you can't just say Sparky and then, like, expect, like, half a stream of, like, international people to understand what you're talking about. Sparkies, mate.
No, we would eat you alive. We're just like, excuse me? Say that again, please.
And then I have to explain what they are.
True.
Speaking of explaining who he is, guys.
Whereas at least doing it this way, you didn't spend a lot of time explaining the whole thing. At least.
No, exactly. Yeah. This was my segue. This was my segue.
You did a great job to.
Where's the Mendarii
Speaking of
segue?
streams.
Speaking of Robert interrupting things.
Guys, talking about
Guys,
dinosaurs, let me tell
Guys, listen, I gotta sink today. I don't need this negativity in my life.
Guys, let me tell you a little bit about my friend Thomas. Thomas, aka Forgeling. I thought Thomas was going to be a like really big ego, arrogant prat that is going to be just insufferable to hang around with.
And you were right. He's exactly
There he goes.
Sometimes looks can be
Oh,
deceiving,
there it is.
and other times they're right on the money.
The friends, that's how you know you got good friends. Like, oh, he is. What are you talking about?
Oh man, but no, seriously, Thomas, you are just not only are you just a massive ball of talent that I am incredibly jealous of because of your silly little cowlick. It's because honestly, like, I've had so many moments where I've hit walls as a performer or walls as just in general as a person, and you've been there as just this awesome person to help me get in the right headspace, to like, you know, share, you know, what you're going through with me, to like share that solidarity in so many different places, man. Like, that for me is a show of like, you are someone who I count on as a person, and I'm also very, very grateful to have you in my life. And you know, I cannot wait for PAX so I can just wrap my arms around and give you a big hug because you're a big goof. And I hope that when we are at PAX, we can goof around together in PAX. And that's
very, very much like we're going to make love.
I was thinking.
Court's
yeah, man. You want to
come around
doing
together?
Your own time
Yeah.
is your own business.
Well, I mean,
Like,
we do have a very particular way of greeting each other nowadays on stream. So I mean,
Yeah, it's like, you want to sneak out back and have a goof?
yeah, give us a goof, mate.
Yeah, give us a goof.
I feel like it's very. I feel like even though it's the middle of the day,
back.
it feels like we're very tired. So with that, Thomas, where can we find all of your cool stuff?
I gotta really shout out that I'm part of Deerstalkers One for All, and that is probably my biggest asset that I bring to any kind of position like this. And they're doing wonderful stuff. So go check out One for All on Deerstalkers. We're coming into season 5 in the near future. So hopefully you've really enjoyed what we've done, and thank you, Dag, for having me amongst a group of such talented souls. Like, it's always an honor to be invited to things, and the fact that I got invited to dinner later is also quite nice.
Amazing.
Jealous.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that,
Dinner
we bring ourselves finally
Dinner and a
to-
goof.
Did we just see the start
don't
of a
know why
beautiful
I'm promoting
relationship?
this.
Is that-
Good night, everybody. Mwah.
It ain't getting better from here. Good night, everybody.
Oh, my.
Or die trying.
Die.